Chapter 751, Then return it to him and consider it a favor sold. Chapter 751, Then return it to him and consider it a favor sold. Shen Mo continuously unleashed white dragon fists behind him. Though they couldn't inflict substantial damage on the void mites, at least they slightly reduced their numbers and slowed their speed. Buying himself time. Before long, following his connection with Suixing, he gradually reached the edge of the turbid mire. Had it been any other Saint Realm cultivator, they would likely remain trapped in the mire, losing all sense of direction until powerless to escape. Beyond the mire, Suixing's colossal form hovered silently. Even without movement, it exuded a terrifyingly oppressive aura. It wasn't some primordial behemoth from ancient times. Its very existence sufficed to intimidate other void beasts. After all, its true body was a world eater. The one and only world eater of its kind. As expected, sensing the world eater's aura, many void mites instinctively felt panic. But more void mites remained unaware of the threat, continuing to accelerate their charge.
"Father, I've come to get you."
Suixing grinned widely, opening its maw to take a massive bite toward Shen Mo's rear. With that single bite, it devoured millions of void mites. Only then did the vast swarm realize a natural predator had appeared. They scattered in all directions. Suixing chuckled sinisterly, inhaling sharply. Though numerous, the void mites were individually feeble. They were swiftly sucked into Suixing's mouth. Another colossal bite. Moments later, Suixing finished its feast, letting out a resonant burp. It had consumed 80 to 90% of the void mites pursuing Shen Mo. Shen Mo watched with heartfelt admiration. His mighty son was truly a bottomless pit.
"Father, wasn't I awesome?"
Suixing boasted. Shen Mo smiled, nodding as he stroked its massive head.
"Awesome, truly awesome. Father must return to the turbid mire. Can you help me avoid the void mites?"
Suixing nodded.
"Simple."
It plucked a scale from its body and placed it in Shen Mo's hand.
"With this, void mites won't dare approach you."
Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Having an obedient and capable mighty son was truly fortunate. Always reliable in critical moments. He placed the scale against his chest and re-entered the turbid mire. He must find the Dragon Saint's remains. A Saint Realm cultivator's body had become a saintly body. Especially one like the Dragon Saint who cultivated blood essence. Its body was indestructible and overwhelmingly powerful. Though countless years had passed and its flesh had been devoured by void beasts, its dragon bones remained unyielding, standing tall within the mire. Such a treasure, even if he couldn't claim it, he wouldn't let the traitor Ao Shan obtain it. Shen Mo quickened his pace, searching for traces of the Dragon Saint's remains in the turbid mire. Deep within the mire, three colossal consciousnesses communicated in low tones.
"The World Eater has entered again. It seems it only ate some void mites at the edge. Let it be." "No, a human Saint Realm cultivator entered with one of its scales. He is shrouded in overwhelmingly powerful destiny unfathomable."
The three colossal consciousnesses fell silent once more, as if never present. Shen Mo continuously explored the turbid mire. The World Eater scale on his chest proved effective. Wherever he passed, few void beasts dared approach him. However, some massive shadows still attempted to draw near. But upon catching that scent, they reluctantly retreated.
"Hey!"
Shen Mo looked ahead. There, a turtle-shaped beast the size of a calf approached him, carrying remains on its shell. The beast didn't attack but instead chirped respectfully, as if signaling him to take the remains. Shen Mo glanced over and instantly froze in astonishment. The remains were humanoid, seated cross-legged on the turtle shell. They radiated pure white sacred light, dispelling the surrounding turbid energy. Clearly, these were the remains of a saint. They contained a profound aura of the void great Tao, evidently immensely beneficial for his realm advancement.
"What's this? A beast voluntarily delivering treasure?"
Shen Mo was stunned. He glanced at his life panel. Indeed, an opportunity had suddenly appeared. Recent Opportunity 1 strayed into the turbid mire, separated from Zhang Yuan and Ao Shan. After deliberation, the ancient beings within the mire decided to gift Saint remains, selling a favor. Shen Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The ancient beings of the turbid mire. He had heard of them long ago. Rumors said these beings formed from the fusion of demonic qi and spiritual energy. They possessed traits of both the demon clan and void beasts. They were called spirit demons. But spirit demons had always remained neutral, acting solely in their own interests. They held no subordinate relationship with the demon clan. More often than not, they sided with whoever emerged victorious. To put it bluntly, they backed the winner. The spirit demons here likely wished to sell him a convenient favor, hence gifting these saint remains. At this thought, Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He had only come seeking the dragon saint's remains. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon another set of saint remains. Quite the surprise.
Thank you, seniors.
Shen Mo accepted the saint remains, bowing slightly toward the depths of the turbid mire. The saint remains contained such a potent great Tao aura that they couldn't be stored in a storage ring. Thus, he could only envelop them with spiritual power, letting them float beside him. Shen Mo immediately resumed his search for the dragon saint's remains. The dragon saint's remains contained the great Tao of power, another crucial opportunity he couldn't miss. Deep within the turbid mire, the three ancient consciousnesses gathered again.
What's with this human youth? Why hasn't he left yet? Indeed, his appetite is too large. One set of saint remains isn't enough, he wants more. It seems he didn't come for saint remains at all. We were the ones who actively gifted them.
All three voices fell silent, mysteriously losing one collectible. Who could be pleased about that?
Whatever he seeks, let him search. Once he finds it, he'll leave naturally. We've already sold him one favor. We can't sell him a second. Yao Huan's avatar is also somewhere in the mire. Hope they don't cross paths.
This one carries an overwhelmingly heavy destiny, completely unfathomable. He likely won't perish here. Chapter 752. Something's wrong. Why hasn't he arrived after all this time? Chapter 752. Something's wrong. Why hasn't he arrived after all this time? Deep within the turbid mire, a figure waited silently. On closer inspection, it was clearly a statue carved from rock. Yet this stone sculpture exuded a bizarre aura. It seemed not cold stone, but a living being. No void beasts dared approach the statue, instinctively avoiding the area. This statue was Yao Huan's avatar left behind. With but a thought, he could transmit his consciousness here. His target had always been Ao Shan. He had long foreseen that Ao Shan would become the Dragon Clan's new saint. During the Great War years ago, he had planted a tiny seed in Ao Shan's mind. As millennia passed, that seed had taken root and sprouted. The stronger the demon clan grew, the more vigorously the seed flourished, making Ao Shan question the myriad races of the heavens. Ao Shan would question whether the myriad races could truly resist the demon clan. Question whether such resistance held any meaning. Even begin to consider whether joining the demon clan might better preserve the embers of life for all races. Once such thoughts took root in Ao Shan's mind, they clung to him like nightmares, impossible to shake. They would materialize before his eyes, whisper in his ears, subtly twisting Ao Shan's thoughts and intentions. Now the final step was near. Yao Huan would personally reap the bountiful fruit this seed had borne.
Something's wrong. Why hasn't he arrived after all this time?
Yao Huan frowned in thought. He had already divined that Ao Shan, Zhang Yuan, and Shen Mo would enter the turbid mire aboard a dragon bone boat. Subsequently, the three would be attacked by void beasts, forced to abandon the boat and flee separately. Shen Mo would gain nothing, pursued by swarms of void mites, severely wounded, barely escaping the mire. Zhang Yuan would be luckier, finding a damaged Great Tao sacred artifact. Only Ao Shan would have the worst luck, constantly attacked by void beasts, nearly falling into the mire's deepest reaches. At the moment of despair, he would accidentally discover dragon saint remains and, with their aid, chance upon the stone statue. Everything had been perfectly arranged. Yao Huan frowned, divining again. After a long while, his frown deepened.
Xiangyun's fate remains unchanged. Shen Mo's destiny is shrouded in mist. Nothing can be seen. Ao Shan is attacked by more void beasts, hasn't found the dragon saint remains. He has strayed too far from my location.
Yao Huan's expression turned astonished. How could this happen? Too absurd. Too ridiculous. Yao Huan pondered, deciding to ask the Meyer's original masters for help.
Spirit demons, help me place this statue before Ao Shan.
He spoke in a low voice. His words traveled far, reaching the three ancient consciousnesses.
Lord of the Yaobu demon clan, as you wish.
A calm voice responded. Moments later, a void beast swam near, carrying the heavy statue and swiftly approaching Ao Shan's direction. But, before it had swum far, a figure appeared ahead. Yao Huan froze. He recognized the face instantly. Shen Mo. That aura was unmistakable. Long ago, he had convened the Five Saints Assembly to discuss how to eliminate Shen Mo prematurely. Yet the man had directly attained Saint Realm.
Perfect timing, I'll end you here.
Yao Huan sneered. He immediately began gathering demonic energy, preparing to strike a fatal blow the moment Shen Mo approached. Under normal circumstances, Shen Mo discovering a humanoid stone statue here would inevitably prompt him to investigate. Such curiosity was natural for anyone. Yao Huan planned to exploit this fatal curiosity to take Shen Mo's life. Even if unable to deliver a fatal blow, he would destroy Shen Mo's Saint Realm foundation. Just as Yao Huan anticipated, Shen Mo spotted the statue and indeed approached. As he drew near, he remarked in surprise.
Something like this exists here. Could it be some treasure?
Yao Huan sneered inwardly, gathering demonic energy even faster. However, before he could strike, Shen Mo acted first. A colossal dragon arm materialized from nothingness, shimmering with flowing light. Like the arm of a divine dragon, invincible, unbreakable. The dragon arm smashed down through the air. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Bang! Before Yao Huan could react, the dragon arm slammed directly onto the stone statue. With a sharp crack, the statue's surface immediately fractured. Then, like spiderwebs, the cracks spread rapidly. In less than 5 breaths, it shattered completely. Followed by another bang. It exploded into countless stone fragments. Yao Huan's avatar hidden within was now fully exposed before Shen Mo. This sudden turn left Yao Huan both shocked and suspicious. The demonic energy he had gathered dissipated entirely.
He discovered me.
He couldn't comprehend it. After countless years of scheming, hiding his avatar within this statue, it should have been undetectable. Shen Mo's sudden strike clearly meant he had sensed the statue's anomaly. So,
What are you doing?
Yao Huan roared, furious and alarmed. Was Shen Mo planning to destroy his avatar? Shen Mo smiled.
Lord of the Yaobu demon clan, aren't you quite powerful? Guess what happens next?
He waved his hand again. The 9 nether ice flame erupted violently. In moments, it completely enveloped Yao Huan's avatar. Yao Huan's pupils shrank sharply. That day, Wuzhuo had been surrounded by the 9 nether ice flame and forced to sacrifice his avatar to barely escape. They had only learned from Wuzhuo that Shen Mo possessed the 9 nether ice flame and was likely the prophesied one who would destroy the demon clan. But why had this flame grown stronger compared to that day? Even at a glance, it had intensified by over 50%. Yao Huan stared deeply at Shen Mo.
You truly are extraordinary. If this avatar can damage your Saint Dao foundation, it will not be in vain.
As his words fell, his body suddenly began expanding wildly. Shen Mo smiled faintly, instantly retracting the 18 green lotus seeds. A jade lotus manifested beneath his feet. His body retreated at extreme speed. The aggressive stance from moments earlier, as if intent on annihilating him, vanished in an instant. Seeing Shen Mo's rapidly receding figure, Yao Huan was stunned. But his self-destruction could no longer be reversed.
Damn it!
Bang! Yao Huan's avatar detonated violently. Demonic energy surged and roared. Even the turbid mire was blown open, leaving a massive gap. The surrounding void beasts were silently pulverized into dust, even with Shen Mo standing on the jade lotus at high speed. He was caught in the blast's aftermath, letting out a muffled groan.
Minor injuries in exchange for Yao Huan's self-destructing avatar. A worthy trade.
Chapter 753. Chapter 753. This is no longer an ordinary saint realm, heavy blows must be dealt. Chapter 753. This is no longer an ordinary saint realm, heavy blows must be dealt. In Qingxuan heaven and earth, within the 5 sacred demon kingdoms. Inside the residence of the ruler of the U Division demon clan, a furious roar erupted.
Shen Mo, Shen Mo.
Yao Wang's hair bristled in rage. He had never been so furious before. That was a clone he had painstakingly tempered over countless years. It had originally been prepared to alter Ao Shan. Yet midway, Shen Mo appeared out of nowhere, forcing the plan to change. If only he could have severely injured Shen Mo, that would have sufficed. Even if he had merely damaged Shen Mo's Saint Dao Foundation slightly, it would have delayed his growth. But the result?
This hatred today, if not avenged, I shall not be demon.
Yao Wang's eyes were bloodshot as he growled lowly. This was no longer an ordinary saint realm. Given time, it would surely become a great threat. Heavy blows must be dealt.
They must be heading to rescue Fu Zhu and the Jian Saint. The plans here in Qingxuan heaven and earth will be put on hold. At least 2/3 of the demon saints must be mobilized to encircle Shen Mo and the others together.
The fury in Yao Wang's eyes burned uncontrollably. Yet after some thought, his head ached. The demon clan looked united, but in reality it was filled with factions. Only the U Division demon clan obeyed his orders. Even if the U Division was powerful, after deducting those needed to guard crucial passes and fortresses, he could mobilize at most 4 or 5 demon saints. To mobilize enough demon saints to fully encircle and kill Shen Mo, he would need to persuade at least 2 other divisions to act. But the Quang Division and Division, Shi Division, and Hui Division.
Yao Wang, how do you have the time to seek me out?
Shixi did not even raise his head, speaking casually. Although Yao Wang was nominally the leader of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms, in the eyes of Quangni, Shixi, Huizhuo, and Anwang, the 4 other demon rulers, they were all equals. Yao Wang had no ability to directly command them. Yao Wang tapped lightly on the table and said calmly,
The Shi Division will provide at least 6 demon saints, joining my Yu Division and the Quang Division to encircle and kill Fu Zhu, Jian Saint, and the other saint realms.
Shixi let out a strange laugh.
Oh, Fu Zhu and Jiyan, Saint only possibly, know the whereabouts of the ancestral demon soil.
There are other saint realms who might know as well. If other demons from different heavens seize the opportunity, the first batch to return to the ancestral demon soil will not be you or me. Yao Wang, you had better think carefully.
Yao Wang said in a deep voice.
My mind is made up.
Shixi sneered.
Your mind is made up, but I disagree.
If that muscle-brained Quangni wants to act, it has nothing to do with me.
He waved his hand, intending to dissolve the demonic mirror immediately. Yao Wang rose to his feet.
I will give you 1 ancestral demon pearl.
Shixi's movements suddenly halted. The ancestral demon pearls all flowed out from the ancestral demon soil. The demonic chi within them was incomparably dense. One could even say they were unique under heaven, matchless in all the world. No object, no demon, contained demonic chi more pure and concentrated than that within an ancestral demon pearl. Such treasures were unattainable for ordinary Chitty demon saints. Only the stronger Tangshan demon saints could obtain them. Yao Wang had long stood at the peak of the Chitty demon saints, only 1 step away from the Tangshan demon saint. The 4 ancestral demon pearls in his possession had also been obtained purely by chance. As for Quangni, Shixi, and the other demon saints, their number of ancestral demon pearls was even fewer. Moreover, for the sake of cultivation, they had to preserve them to use when breaking through to higher realms. That was why Shixi reacted so strongly upon hearing the words.
Are you serious?
Shixi asked in disbelief. Yao Wang felt a pang of pain, but still nodded solemnly.
1 ancestral demon pearl. In return, your Shi division will provide 6 demon saints.
Shixi was overjoyed.
Good, it is agreed.
Yao Wang waved his hand and dispersed the demonic qi. He let out a bitter smile. An ancestral demon pearl.
This time, Fu Zhu, the Jihin saint, and even Shen Mo must all be captured alive. If I cannot obtain a clue about the ancestral demon soil from them, then this ancestral demon pearl will have been wasted.
Yao Wang clenched his fist, unease in his heart. Though he possessed the art of divination, he could not calculate things of extreme age and immense power. Doing so would not only consume enormous demonic qi, but could even bring terrible backlash. It might cause his cultivation realm to decline step after step. The ancestral demon soil was exactly such a thing. Not to mention directly divining its location, even to divine anyone or anything connected to it required immense effort. He was forced to peel away the threads layer by layer, seeking the ancestral demon soil bit by bit.
Demon Ancestor.
When will we return to that homeland where the demon clan was born?
Yao Wang let out a light sigh. At the same time, Shen Mo sat cross-legged on the back of Sui Xing, rushing forward at full speed.
Father, rest assured and cultivate. Leave everything to me. With me here, not many void beasts would dare approach.
Sui Xing laughed.
Good.
Shen Mo nodded with a smile and immediately immersed himself in cultivation. This time, within the filthy mire, he had obtained 2 saint realm skeletons. One was the remains of a dragon saint who had cultivated the great Tao of strength in life. The other was the remains of a saint who had cultivated the great Tao of fire in life. He never refused additional Taos. The more the better. In cultivation, years passed unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, over 10 years had gone by. Shen Mo successfully refined the lingering aura of the great Tao of strength from the dragon saint's remains. The great Tao of strength advanced to the 4th stage. The great Tao of fire reached the 1st stage. And because he was constantly traveling through the void turbulence, his great Tao of void had not stagnated, but instead advanced rapidly, also reaching the 4th stage. Thus, Shen Mo's realm naturally progressed to the 4th stage Chitty Saint. Moreover, since he was simultaneously comprehending 3 Taos, with 2 having already reached the 4th stage, his actual strength was far greater than that of others in the same saint realm.
Ahead lies a vast stretch of extremely violent turbulence. We must be nearing that region.
Shen Mo gazed forward thoughtfully. The message from the Sky Fox had said that Fu Zhu and the Jiyin Saint were trapped in a place called the
Destruction Whirlpool.
Chapter 754. Chapter 754. Capture that saint and torture him to death in front of them. Chapter 754. Capture that saint and torture him to death in front of them. At this moment, within the destruction whirlpool, Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren still sat facing each other as before. The Fusion Treasure Domain's great Tao artifact emitted a faint radiance, protecting Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren from the encroaching demonic qi. Outside the Fusion Treasure Domain stood more than a dozen demon saints watching like predators. Only a few of these demon saints came from the 5 sacred demon kingdom. The rest hailed from a nearby heaven, belonging to the Corpse Beast Demon Kingdom. The Corpse Beast Demon Kingdom was almost entirely composed of the Shi Division demon clans. Its power was only slightly inferior to the 5 sacred demon kingdom. The 2 sides often cooperated, yet competition was common. Among them, many acted with malice. They had been the ones who actually discovered Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren originally. To keep the 2 of them under control here, they had to borrow troops from the nearest Corpse Beast Demon Kingdom. Now, however, the demon saints of the Corpse Beast Demon Kingdom had driven away most of the 5 sacred demon kingdom's forces and fully seized control of this place. Only 3 demon saints from the 5 sacred demon kingdom remained, trading their presence for intelligence. After all, this location was too far from the 5 sacred demon kingdom and too near to the Corpse Beast Demon Kingdom. Reinforcements were simply out of reach. Not far from Fuzhou and Jiuyin Shengren, another battle raged. Shen Huang, Long Gui, and Tianhu, 3 beast saints, were trapped under the combined assault of 5 demon saints from the corpse beast demon kingdom. They had come to rescue Fuzhou and Jiuyin Shengren, but had fallen into the demon saint's trap. Leading them, a demon saint named Shikangling sneered.
Why do you still not submit? If you keep wasting time like this, the corpse beast demon kingdom will win.
Shen Huang, Long Gui, and Tianhu remained silent. Shikangling snorted coldly and then returned to the Fusion treasure domain's perimeter.
If you give up the information about the ancestral demon soil's whereabouts, we will let you go,
He said. Jiuyin Shengren sneered.
What does knowing or not knowing chain? Even if I knew the location of the ancestral demon soil, I would not tell you.
Shikangling fumed but had no way to force them. The Fusion treasure domain was exceptionally restraining to demonic qi. This great Dao artifact stood like a pillar for hundreds of years without showing any sign of collapse. They could only keep adding demon saints again and again. But if they continued pouring in more demon saints, the corpse beast demon kingdom itself would be left hollow. If humans, beasts, or dragons from other heavens attacked, they could face disaster. This was the reason for the stalemate. Humans, beasts, dragons, and even demons all had their own calculations and concerns. Many things were not simply black or white, not strictly good or bad.
Keeping this up benefits us.
Shikangling said coldly.
More saint realms will inevitably come to rescue them. We will intercept reinforcements and defeat them.
A demon saint suddenly reported.
4 demon lords, a human realm saint realm is approaching.
The corpse beast demon kingdom's 4 strongest demon saints were titled demon lords, and Shikangling was one of them.
Good timing. Bring that saint here and torture him to death before their eyes.
Shikangling sneered. Demons had never been bound by ordinary morals. If a goal could be achieved, anything was permissible.
Yes.
2 demon saints immediately took the order and departed. Fuzhou sighed lightly.
Another saint realm comes, perhaps an old friend.
Jiuyin Shengren remained silent. Centuries ago, other saint realms had come to rescue them as well. Unfortunately, aside from the 3 beast saints including Shen Huang, the other rescuing saint realms had all been killed or grievously wounded. These demon clans truly excelled at besieging a point and intercepting reinforcements. Shikangling watched the 2 demon saints depart, then turned toward Fuzhou and Jiuyin Shengren with a strange laugh.
Take a guess, how long will this new saint realm last? 1 hour, 2 hours? Or perhaps a day, 2 days?
The 2 remained silent. Fuzhou simply closed his eyes, sparing himself the annoyance. Seeing their reaction, Shikangling burst into wild laughter. He had guarded this place for far too long, and his only amusement was watching the 2 of them suffer. Yet not long after, a figure came rushing back at great speed. Shikangling frowned. 2 had left but only 1 returned. The new saint was quite strong. Facing 2 at once, he had actually slain one of the corpse beast demon kingdom's demon saints. These demon saints stationed near the destruction whirlpool were all Chitty 3rd stage, his most trusted subordinates with formidable strength. Just as Shikangling was about to speak, 18 green lotus seeds tore through the void. The lotus seeds accelerated in midair, swelling larger and larger. In mere moments, they became blazing fire meteors, hurtling straight toward Shikangling. The turbulent void currents here did nothing to slow them. Instead, they made them even faster. The lotus seeds carried immense power, as though they could pierce through a minor world. Shikangling felt the terrifying might and his face instantly changed. He hurriedly summoned a bronze bell. The bell radiated demonic qi, wreathed in wailing ghosts and vengeful spirits, frightening and ghastly. Clang clang. The bell trembled. In the blink of an eye, it swelled and grew. In an instant, it stood like a small star before Shikangling. Boom! 18 lotus seeds slammed into the bell. The clash erupted with a deafening roar. Shikangling's face turned grim. His prized evil demon bell let out a miserable wail under the onslaught of those lotus seeds. Clearly, the bell was buckling under the weight of the assault. Qingxuan spat several mouthfuls of essence blood onto the bell. Only then did the trembling, evil demon bell steady itself. Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren both let out a surprised sound.
What a formidable artifact! Merely a supreme-grade artifact, yet it can force a great Dao artifact into such cries.
Fu Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. The world knew him as the Saint of Talismans, but few realized his attainments in artifact crafting surpassed all others. With one glance, he discerned that the 18 lotus seeds were only supreme-grade artifacts, not yet at the level of a great Dao artifact. Jiu Yin Shengren, however, said calmly,
The artifact itself is secondary. The attached Daos are what overwhelm the evil demon bell.
Look closely, the 18 lotus seeds carry at least 3 Daos. The Dao of Void, the Dao of Strength, and the Dao of Fire. Moreover, the Dao of Void and the Dao of Strength are both extraordinary.
Fu Zhu observed carefully and soon noticed the same. He clicked his tongue in amazement.
Old thing, your eyesight in this regard surpasses mine.
Jiu Yin Shengren sneered.
Of course. Otherwise, how could I have suppressed you steadily for over 100,000 years?
Fu Zhu scoffed.
I only let you win to give you some face.
Jiu Yin Shengren sneered again, clearly not taking his words seriously.
Look, that new saint has revealed himself.
Fu Zhu suddenly pointed toward the distant void. Jiu Yin Shengren looked over and immediately saw a figure stepping on a lotus, striding through the air.
Unite!
Chapter 755. Chapter 755. Young man, what is your name, where do you come from, and will you become my disciple? Chapter 755. Young man, what is your name, where do you come from, and will you become my disciple? The purifying world green lotus descended with a roar, like a massive mountain crushing down upon Qingxuan. Qingxuan turned pale with shock and hastily forced the evil demon bell into motion once again. At the same time, he slapped his hand, and several supreme-grade artifacts shot out from his body. He possessed only one great Dao artifact, but he had no shortage of supreme-grade artifacts. Faced with such a fierce attack, he had no choice but to go all out. At that moment, the distant demon saints finally noticed something was wrong and voiced their alarm. The destruction whirlpool covered an enormous area, and the demon saints were stationed separately to guard it. Had it not been for the immense commotion here, they would not have realized anything was happening. But by then, the purifying world green lotus had already crashed down. A surging force of vitality erupted, enveloping Qingxuan entirely. Upon it burst the auras of the Great Dao of Void, the Great Dao of Strength, and the Great Dao of Fire. Along with it raged the 9 nether ice flame. 3 supreme-grade artifacts shattered in an instant. The Great Dao artifact Evil Demon Bell could not hold out for long either. With a mournful wail, its light dimmed as it was hurled far away. Qingxuan's eyes widened. He roared in rage and despair. But his roar ended in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of vitality utterly purified him.
Return!
Shen Mo said calmly. The purifying world green lotus returned into his body. Only a trace of white powder remained in place. This was all that was left of Qingxuan, one of the 4 demon lords of the corpse beast demon kingdom. Shen Mo blew lightly, and even this last trace swiftly vanished into the endless void currents. Such a sharp and decisive method left Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren somewhat astonished. So quickly slain. This person seemed only to possess the strength of Chitty 4th stage. Could it be the great Dao artifact's power? Yet come to think of it, despite their long lives, they had never once seen this great Dao artifact before. Could it have been forged by a new saint during their absence from Qingxuan heaven and earth? Fu Zhu suddenly asked.
Young man, could it be that you sanctified using this great Dao artifact as your foundation?
Shen Mo cupped his hands slightly toward Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren, then smiled.
Senior Fu Zhu jests. This junior indeed used the purifying world green lotus as the root of my Saint Dao.
Jiu Yin Shengren was startled.
Purifying world green lotus.
You actually came upon such a divine treasure of heaven and earth. No wonder, with only chitty 4th stage strength, you could slay one of the 4 demon lords of the corpse beast demon kingdom.
The two finally understood. The purifying world Green Lotus was an unparalleled treasure. Many heavens from their birth to their end might never give rise to even one. Moreover, this treasure inherently restrained demons. Thus, once it appeared, the demons would target it, seeking to destroy it at all costs. Only if it had just been born, before the demons could arrive, might an outsider seize it. They themselves had wandered across countless worlds, hoping to find one, to refine into a great Tao artifact against the demons. Yet they had never succeeded. Unexpectedly, this rarest of fortunes had fallen to a junior. The more Fu Zhu looked at Shen Mo, the more delighted he became.
Young man, what is your name, where do you come from, and would you like to become my disciple?
The sudden third question made Shen Mo laugh in spite of himself. He had long heard that Fu Zhu loved taking disciples, with disciples numbering in the thousands. He had not expected that upon their very first meeting, Fu Zhu would already want to make him one. Jiu Yin Shengren snorted.
At a time like this, you still think about taking disciples. Young friend, 2 more demon saints are approaching. Be careful.
I suggest you enter the Fusion treasure domain for now, recover slightly, and then plan your next move. And perhaps consider the matter of becoming my disciple.
At first, Fu Zhu did not react. But after hearing Jiu Yin Shengren's words, he instantly fumed, blowing his beard and glaring.
Old ghost Jiu Yin, you truly are devious. Just now you scolded me, saying at a time like this I was still thinking of taking disciples. And now you, this old ghost, immediately want to take one yourself. Shameless.
Faced with such a scolding, Jiu Yin Shengren's expression did not change in the slightest. He stared straight at Shen Mo, clearly waiting for his answer. Shen Mo could only smile bitterly. Both Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren were saint realms who had been renowned for countless years, each commanding a top-tier power Tianfu faction and Qingxuan cave heaven. Neither was someone he could afford to offend. No matter which side he chose to join, the other would surely be offended. This truly gave him a headache. Just as Shen Mo was at a loss, 2 furious roars saved him.
Where is the 4 demon lord? Who are you? Human brat, quickly tell us the whereabouts of the 4 demon lord, and we may spare your life.
2 Shi Division demon saints rushed over, their voices stern. Shen Mo immediately let out a breath of relief. Perfect timing.
2 seniors, allow this junior to deal with these 2 demon saints first.
Fu Zhu quickly called out.
Those 2 are not weak, be careful.
Jiu Yin Shengren added gravely.
They are Shi Ying and Shi Peng, trusted aides under Shi Kangling. You must be extremely cautious.
But before their words had even finished, the overwhelming vitality power of the purifying world Green Lotus descended like a sky-toppling tidal wave. The 2 demon saints were instantly reduced to dust. They shared the same fate as Shi Kangling.
This purifying world Green Lotus is truly the natural nemesis of demons, and he has even innovatively fused the 9 nether ice flame into a remarkable.
Fu Zhu sighed in admiration. Jiu Yin Shengren sneered.
You once tried to subdue the 9 nether ice flame yourself, yet now a junior has surpassed you. Do you not feel ashamed?
Fu Zhu forced a smile.
A little.
Shen Mo left these words behind and sped off in another direction. Shen Huang, Long Gui, and Tianhu were also trapped. This was the perfect chance to rescue them together. Elsewhere, because of the distance, the saints in that area were unaware of what had just happened. They only noticed that the region guarded by Shi Kangling showed signs of battle. The 5 demon saints there chatted idly.
There's a disturbance where the 4 demon lord is stationed. Likely another saint realm has come to throw himself into the fire. The result will be the same as with those 3 beast saints trapped here, never to leave for all eternity. Should we go lend a hand? No need. With the 4 demon lords' strength, plus Shi Ying and Shi Peng assisting, unless 5 saints arrive at once, no one can stand against them.
The demon saint who had been silent finally spoke.
There is no need to say more. We will remain here and guard. Humans are the most cunning and treacherous. Do not fall for their trick of luring the tiger from the mountain. Perhaps they are pretending to rescue Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren when in fact they intend to save the three beast saints.
The other 4 demon saints all nodded in agreement.
Shi Hui, your mind is indeed the sharpest. No wonder you are named for wisdom. Yes, no wonder the 4 demon lord told us to follow your commands. Then we will go nowhere, just guard here. Look over there, it seems someone is approaching.
Chapter 756. Chapter 756. So, you really intend to kill me first? Chapter 756. So, you really intend to kill me first? The 5 demon saints focused their eyes and saw that the figure was an unfamiliar saint. He looked very young, likely having only recently stepped into the saint realm. One demon saint said doubtfully,
What's going on with the 4 demon lord over there? How did he let this one through?
Another answered,
I don't know, perhaps someone else is holding the 4 demon lord back, and this one slipped in secretly.
Shi Hui nodded slightly.
Well said, convincing enough.
The other 2 demon saints chuckled.
Then it seems we're also second Shi Huis.
Shen Mo could not help but laugh. The Shi division demons were never known for their brains. If one ranked demons by intelligence, the Quang division would certainly be last. The Shi division demons would come right after. If not for the fact that demons could advance swiftly in cultivation just by relying on demonic qi, how could they with such intellect ever reach the saint realm? In truth, it was because the demon soil was vast and their numbers overwhelming that demon saints appeared in endless succession. The human race, dragon race, beast race, and all other clans under the heavens could not hope to catch up. Shen Huang, Long Gui, and Tian Hu also saw Shen Mo clearly and were astonished. Especially Shen Huang. Among the 3 beast saints, she had interacted most with Shen Mo. Thus, seeing him again now, she was even more surprised.
If I recall correctly, not long ago this young man was still at the Supreme Realm, wasn't he?
Tian Hu asked in shock. Long Gui nodded.
That's what I remember too. Could it be my memory is wrong?
Shen Huang confirmed firmly.
No mistake, when we left Qingxuan heaven and earth, he was indeed only at the Supreme Realm. It hasn't been that long since then, so how has he already stepped into the Saint Realm? And his strength is so formidable, he actually broke through the blockade of the 4 demon lord and the others to get here.
Tian Hu pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice.
Perhaps another Saint Realm helped hold back the 4 demon lord and the rest, giving him the chance to break through to this place.
Shen Huang and Long Gui both nodded in agreement at these words. That alone could explain how someone who had only just entered the saint realm managed to reach them. Yet even so, facing 5 demon saints alone would be nearly impossible. Shen Huang immediately called out loudly.
Young friend Shen Mo, do not fight them head-on. Just strike at Shi Hui, he carries the key to the formation. As long as the formation is broken, we can come out to aid you.
Shen Mo nodded.
So that's how it is. Many thanks, Senior Shen Huang.
He turned his gaze to the demon saint with the largest head among the 5.
You must be Shi Hui.
He asked with a smile. Shi Hui let out a strange laugh.
So, you truly intend to kill me first? Do you have that ability?
Shen Mo waved his hand, and 18 green lotus seeds entwined with the 9 nether ice flame shot forth like lightning. Shi Hui had not even reacted before being pierced through by all 18. The raging 9 nether ice flame instantly ignited within his body, burning madly. His demonic qi and demonic blood became fuel, only feeding the conflagration. In an instant, bright icy white flames burst from Shi Hui's body. The 4 surrounding demon saints were horrified and retreated quickly.
9.
They were pale with shock.
Help me.
Shi Hui screamed as he writhed and rolled. But the 9 nether ice flame only burned fiercer, engulfing him completely in moments. As the 4 demon saints prepared to act, Shen Mo swept his hand once more. The 18 lotus seeds pursued the 4 of them while he suddenly thrust out his fist. Platinum Dragon Fist. After stepping into the saint realm, his supreme technique had long ascended into a saint technique. its power amplified hundreds and thousands of times over. This punch contained the full force of his comprehension of the great Tao of void, the great Tao of strength, and the great Tao of fire. The giant fist crashed down. The terrifying aura of the great Tao swept across, crushing everything. When the force finally dissipated, the 4 demon saints had already been reduced to ash. Shi Hui, who had been engulfed by the 9 nether ice flame, was also burned to nothing. 5 demon saints, yet not a ripple remained. Such a slaughtering speed left even Shen Huang, Long Gui, and Tianhu stunned. Back then, they themselves had never possessed such ability. Did this not mean Shen Mo already had strength comparable to their own? But had he not only just stepped into the saint realm not long ago? How could he wield such astonishing power? The 3 beasts pondered for a long while, and in the end, could only attribute it to the 9 nether ice flame and that never-before-seen great Tao artifact.
How should this formation be broken?
Shen Mo frowned deeply as he examined the ancient and profound formation patterns. Although he had some knowledge of formations, this one was far beyond his comprehension. It should have been laid down by a Tangshan Saint Realm expert.
Zhu Yin Shengren's attainments in formations are extremely high. If he were here in person, he should be able to break it.
Shen Huang spoke in a solemn tone.
Yet Zhu Yin Shengren and Fu Zhu are still trapped by the 4 demon lords of the corpse beast demon kingdom. For them to break free would be near impossible.
Long Gui sighed. Shen Mo's expression turned strange.
I will go bring Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren here.
Moments later, learning that all the demon saints had been slain by Shen Mo, Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren immediately stepped out of the Fusion treasure domain. Their saint power had been too greatly consumed over the centuries. They could barely maintain themselves at the first stage of the piercing earth saint level. Yet the Fusion treasure domain required saint power to operate and be sustained. Only after confirming there was no danger around them could they dare withdraw it. Fu Zhu had always faintly sensed lurking threats, which was why he and Jiu Yin Shengren had only walked out without retracting the domain. Seeing Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin Shengren in person, the 3 beast saints were shaken. The 4 demon lords had all perished. Fu Zhu laughed heartily.
Don't say you are surprised, I too am astonished. I never thought that enemies who troubled us for so many years would be eliminated by a junior.
Jiu Yin Shengren carefully studied the formation patterns, then said in a low voice.
This formation is not difficult. Give me some time, I can break it.
With that, he sat cross-legged and used his hand as a brush, swiftly tracing over the formation lines. Shen Mo sat opposite Fu Zhu. The latter grew more delighted the more he looked at Shen Mo, as if gazing at a favored junior.
Shen Mo, would you be willing to become my disciple?
Before he could finish, Jiu Yin Shengren cut him off dryly.
Be quiet.
Fu Zhu only laughed and was not angry, continuing instead to discuss the recent battle with Shen Mo. Learning that Shen Mo had comprehended 3 great Taos, he was even more shocked. When he himself had been at Shen Mo's realm, he had possessed only a single pitiful Tao.
It is done.
Jiu Yin Shengren's words fell, and the formation that had trapped Shen Huang, Long Gui, and Tianhu instantly dissolved.
We must leave at once.
Shen Mo pointed southward. Shen Huang was puzzled.
Why not go that way? There lies a small world where we could rest.
Moreover, that is the shortest route back to Qingxuan heaven and earth.
Chapter 757, Quang Ni, do not come any closer. Chapter 757, Quang Ni, do not come any closer. The ancestral demon soil was the birthplace of the demon race. But ever since the earliest group of ancient demons departed from it, the ancestral demon soil vanished without a trace. Even the oldest ancient demon saints at the heaven-piercing realm did not know where it was located. The demons faced the myriad races of the heavens with an overwhelming force. Especially those demons outside of the Qingxuan heaven and earth, who were like towering mountains pressing down upon all other races. They left every living being struggling to breathe. Only the humans, beasts, and dragons of Qingxuan heaven and earth forcibly suppressed the 5 sacred demon kingdoms, sealing them in the northern region of Qingxuan heaven and earth. All other great and minor worlds met tragic fates, especially the great world occupied by the corpse demon kingdom. Every living being there was refined into corpse slaves. Among them were even thorough saint realm experts. The carnage was beyond description. Yet although the demons largely held the upper hand, hundreds of thousands of years passed, and they still failed to annihilate the myriad races. Especially the humans, beasts, and dragons. They remained thorns in the demons' eyes and nails in their flesh. For this reason, the demons turned their thoughts to the ancestral demon soil. If they could return there and obtain the primordial chaotic demonic chi, they would surely dominate the heavens and realms. Perhaps even glimpse the ranks of the great Tao Saint realm. Since ancient times, no great Tao Saint had ever appeared. The strongest figure acknowledged today was the Wilderness Venerable. Yet even he had only reached the pinnacle of the heaven-piercing saint realm. To seek opportunities for the great Tao, and to find the ancestral demon soil and disrupt the demon's schemes, the Wilderness Venerable embarked on a journey across the heavens and realms. Shen Mo did not know where the ancestral demon soil lay. But he knew who did. It was the ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint. Each possessed part of the information. Only by rescuing them and following their lead could one reach the ancestral demon soil. The demons sought it to gain the primordial chaotic demonic chi. The myriad races sought it to destroy it and eradicate the demons at their root. The head of the nether division of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms, Yao Wang, is deceitful and sinister, skilled in underhanded means. I have already crossed hands with his avatar in the foul swamp.
Shen Mo said gravely.
The ancestor of talismans froze.
What?
The celestial fox exclaimed.
You fought him and still left alive.
The divine phoenix and the dragon turtle looked at Shen Mo with deep respect. Yao Wang's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the thorough saint realm, only one step away from the heaven-piercing saint realm. Even his avatar could not be opposed by a newly advanced saint like Shen Mo. If it were anyone else, they would think it bragging. But from Shen Mo, combined with his earlier deeds, it seemed perfectly natural. This was exactly what a newly ascended saint with limitless potential could achieve.
The new master of the nether division is indeed formidable. Since you fought him and escaped, he will stop at nothing to kill you,
said the long-silent 9 yin saint at last.
I agree with Shen Mo, we should head south, not return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth.
With an elder saint speaking, the others quickly agreed. Without hesitation, they all turned south. Long after they had departed, more than 10 demon saints of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms finally arrived. At their head were 2 demons, Guangni of the Quang division and Shizhu of the Corpse division. Shizhu was stunned.
Where are they? Where are the ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint? Where are the 3 beast saints of the divine phoenix? Why is no one here?
Guangni, his battle spirit already blazing, cursed aloud.
Yao Wang said that Shen Mo was here, so I came looking for a fight.
The head of the nether division of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms, Yao Wang, is deceitful and sinister, skilled in underhanded means. I have already crossed hands with his avatar in the foul swamp, Shen Mo said gravely. The ancestor of talismans froze. What? The celestial fox exclaimed, you fought him and still left alive. The divine phoenix and the dragon turtle looked at Shen Mo with deep respect. Yao Wang's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the thorough saint realm, only one step away from the heaven-piercing saint realm. Even his avatar could not be opposed by a newly advanced saint like Shen Mo. If it were anyone else, they would think it bragging. But from Shen Mo, combined with his earlier deeds, it seemed perfectly natural. This was exactly what a newly ascended saint with limitless potential could achieve. The new master of the nether division is indeed formidable. Since you fought him and escaped, he will stop at nothing to kill you, said the long-silent 9 yin saint at last. I agree with Shen Mo, we should head south, not return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. With an elder saint speaking, the others quickly agreed. Without hesitation, they all turned south. Long after they had departed, more than 10 demon saints of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms finally arrived. At their head were 2 demons, Guangni of the Guang division and Shizhu of the Corpse division. Shizhu was stunned. Where are they? Where are the ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint? Where are the 3 beast saints of the divine phoenix? Why is no one here? Guangni, his battle spirit already blazing, cursed aloud. Yao Wang said that Shen Mo was here, so I came looking for a fight. But there isn't a damn thing here.
No, I must fight, I have to fight. My Qing division must fight as well. Shizhu, let us spar.
Shizhu's eyes bulged.
Guangni, do not come any closer.
In the turbulent void currents, a colossal figure sped forward. Upon this figure stood Shen Mo, the ancestor of talismans, the 9 yin saint and other saint realm powerhouses. Even after spending many days on the back of the Shiji, the 3 beast saints such as the divine phoenix still marveled endlessly. Such a formidable void beast had actually become Shen Mo's mount. This was something even they could not accomplish. The ancestor of talismans sighed.
Young friend Shen Mo, would you be interested in transferring this void beast to me?
Before Shen Mo could answer, the 9 yin saint said indifferently.
Do not bother, the soul of this Shiji has long perished. What resides within is an artifact spirit.
The ancestor of talismans froze.
Old ghost 9 yin, do not spout nonsense. The Shiji is a living being, how could it harbor an artifact spirit?
The divine phoenix, celestial fox and dragon turtle also looked doubtful. The 9 yin saint said calmly.
I once possessed a formation called the lunar puppet array.
The head of the nether division of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms, Yao Wang, is deceitful and sinister, skilled in underhanded means. I have already crossed hands with his avatar in the foul swamp, Shen Mo said gravely. The ancestor of talismans froze. What? The celestial fox exclaimed, you fought him and still left alive. The divine phoenix and the dragon turtle looked at Shen Mo with deep respect. Yao Wang's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the thorough saint realm, only one step away from the heaven-piercing saint realm. Even his avatar could not be opposed by a newly advanced saint like Shen Mo. If it were anyone else, they would think it bragging. But from Shen Mo, combined with his earlier deeds, it seemed perfectly natural. This was exactly what a newly ascended saint with limitless potential could achieve. The new master of the Nether Division is indeed formidable. Since you fought him and escaped, he will stop at nothing to kill you, said the long-silent 9 yin saint at last. I agree with Shen Mo, we should head south, not return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. With an elder saint speaking, the others quickly agreed. Without hesitation, they all turned south. Long after they had departed, more than 10 demon saints of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms finally arrived. At their head were 2 demons, Guangni of the Guang division and Shizhu of the Corpse division. Shizhu was stunned. Where are they? Where are the ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint? Where are the 3 beast saints of the divine phoenix? Why is no one here? Guangni, his battle spirit already blazing, cursed aloud. Yao Wang said that Shen Mo was here, so I came looking for a fight. But there isn't a damn thing here. No, I must fight, I have to fight. My Qing division must fight as well. Shizhu, let us spar. Shizhu's eyes bulged. Guangni, do not come any closer. In the turbulent void currents, a colossal figure sped forward. Upon this figure stood Shen Mo, the ancestor of talismans, the 9 yin saint and other saint realm powerhouses. Even after spending many days on the back of the Shiji, the 3 beast saints such as the divine phoenix still marveled endlessly. Such a formidable void beast had actually become Shen Mo's mount. This was something even they could not accomplish. The ancestor of talismans sighed. Young friend Shen Mo, would you be interested in transferring this void beast to me? Before Shen Mo could answer, the 9 yin saint said indifferently, do not bother. The soul of this Shiji has long perished. What resides within is an artifact spirit. The ancestor of talismans froze. Old ghost 9 yin, do not spout nonsense. The Shiji is a living being, how could it harbor an artifact spirit? The divine phoenix, celestial fox and dragon turtle also looked doubtful. The 9 yin saint said calmly, I once possessed a formation called the lunar puppet array. It could transform dead beings into puppets, and naturally one could embed an artifact's spirit within. After a moment's thought, the ancestor of talismans reacted.
So this Shiji has already become a puppet. Exactly.
The nine yin saint nodded, looking at Shen Mo. Shen Mo smiled and nodded as well.
Back then, I inadvertently acquired the lunar puppet array and used it here. I must thank the 9 Yin Saint, for it is only thus that I have the aid of the Shiji.
The nine yin saint's always stern face eased slightly.
Our fate was long predestined. You are more suited to take me as your
The word
disciple.
was not yet spoken when the ancestor of talismans suddenly flashed in front of the nine yin saint. He coughed heavily a few times.
This is a time for joy. Do not speak such idle matters.
The three beast saints nearly burst into laughter. Though their seniority was not equal to the ancestor of talismans or the nine yin saint, they could not restrain their amusement. To see two legendary figures competing over Shen Mo as a disciple, quarreling like children, was a sight to behold. Were these old monsters of hundreds of thousands of years reverting to childlike hearts? At this moment, two figures appeared ahead. They were Xiang Yuan and Ao Shan. After being separated from Qingxuan in the foul swamp, they had endured countless hardships before barely escaping. Later, they regrouped, only to be swept inexplicably into the currents and lost within them. When they emerged again, they had arrived here. Xiang Yuan beat his chest in regret, blaming himself for failing to rescue the nine yin saint and the ancestor of talismans. Little did he know that this had spared them from encountering Guangni and Shiju's demon army. Now, the sudden appearance of the giant beast immediately put Xiang Yuan and Ao Shan on guard. Such an enormous creature was clearly a mighty void beast. Even if not yet a saint, killing it would be exceedingly difficult. Just as they prepared to retreat, a familiar voice came from atop the beast.
So the two of you are here.
In the next moment, they saw Shen Mo descend gracefully before them. Alongside him appeared the ancestor of talismans, the nine yin saint, and the 5 saints of the divine phoenix, dragon turtle, and celestial fox. Xiang Yuan and Ao Shan's eyes went wide. Xiang Yuan even rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Only after a long moment did the two bow respectfully.
We greet the ancestor of talismans. We greet the 9 Yin Saint. We greet the seniors divine phoenix, dragon turtle, and celestial fox.
To them, these 5 were all senior figures. Though also saints themselves, seniority demanded courtesy. Ao Shan hurriedly asked,
Which senior rescued you all? Could it be the Flame Emperor or the Martial Ancestor who appeared?
Chapter 758. Do the 2 seniors know of the ancestral demon soil? Chapter 758. Do the 2 seniors know of the ancestral demon soil? The divine phoenix, celestial fox, and dragon turtle exchanged glances, their expressions strange. The 9 yin saint also remained silent. Only the ancestor of talismans laughed heartily.
No, no, no. The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us.
Ao Shan was stunned.
Then who could it be?
The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder.
Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo.
Before Ao Shan could speak, the 9 yin saint frowned and stood up.
Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine.
The ancestor of talismans chuckled.
When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default.
The 9 yin saint pointed at him and cursed.
Thieving old Taoist, shameless.
The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm?
The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard.
The divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask,
What kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before.
The celestial fox smiled.
The void beast Shiji. It is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race.
Ao Shan was astonished.
Were you the ones who captured it?
The dragon turtle shook his head.
This void beast is Shen Mo's pet.
Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt,
The three of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo. Later, I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here.
The 9 Yin saint nodded.
It must have been a void whirlpool.
No, 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 the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us. Ao Shan was stunned, then who could it be? The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder. Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo. Before Ao Shan could speak, the 9 Yin saint frowned and stood up. Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine. The ancestor of talismans chuckled. When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default. The 9 Yin saint pointed at him and cursed, thieving old Taoist shameless. The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm? The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard, the divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask, what kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before. The celestial fox smiled. The void beast Shiji. It is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race. Ao Shan was astonished. Were you the ones who captured it? The dragon turtle shook his head. This void beast is Shen Mo's pet. Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt, the three of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo. Later, I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here. The 9 Yin saint nodded. It must have been a void whirlpool. The void whirlpool is chaotic and disordered. To reappear here is already a great stroke of fortune. Had your luck been worse, you might have ended up at the edge of the universe. Returning would then be near impossible. Ao Shan asked,
Where are we heading now? Why not return to Qingxuan heaven and earth?
The ancestor of talismans replied casually.
The 5 sacred demon kingdoms have pursuers closing in. We cannot return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. We must move in the opposite direction.
Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan nodded.
So that is the case.
At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke.
Do the two seniors know of the ancestral demon soil?
No, 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 the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us. Ao Shan was stunned, then who could it be? The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder. Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo. Before Ao Shan could speak, the 9 Yin saint frowned and stood up. Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine. The ancestor of talismans chuckled. When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default. The 9 Yin saint pointed at him and cursed, thieving old Taoist shameless. The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm? The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard, the divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask, "What kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before." The celestial fox smiled. "The void beast Shiji, it is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race." Ao Shan was astonished. "Were you the ones who captured it?" The dragon turtle shook his head. "This void beast is Shen Mo's pet." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt, "The three of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo. Later I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here." The 9 Yin saint nodded. "It must have been a void whirlpool. The void whirlpool is chaotic and disordered. To reappear here is already a great stroke of fortune. Had your luck been worse, you might have ended up at the edge of the universe. Returning would then be near impossible." Ao Shan asked, "Where are we heading now? Why not return to Qingxuan heaven and earth?" The ancestor of talismans replied casually, "The 5 sacred demon kingdoms have pursuers closing in. We cannot return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. We must move in the opposite direction." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan nodded. "So that is the case." At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke. "Do the 2 seniors know of the ancestral demon soil?" The 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom seemed to be searching for its whereabouts. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 Yin saint exchanged a glance, falling into silence. The 9 Yin saint then said gravely,
The ancestral demon soil is the birthplace of the demons. Though they can now suppress the myriad races, they cannot annihilate them completely.
"No, no, no, the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us." Ao Shan was stunned. Then who could it be? The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder. "Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo." Before Ao Shan could speak, the 9 Yin saint frowned and stood up. "Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine." The ancestor of talismans chuckled. "When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default." The 9 Yin saint pointed at him and cursed, "Thieving old Taoist shameless." The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm? The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard, the divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask, "What kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before." The celestial fox smiled. "The void beast Shiji, it is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race." Ao Shan was astonished. "Were you the ones who captured it?" The dragon turtle shook his head. "This void beast is Shen Mo's pet." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt, "The three of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo later. I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here." The Nine Yin saint nodded. "It must have been a void whirlpool. The void whirlpool is chaotic and disordered. To reappear here is already a great stroke of fortune. Had your luck been worse, you might have ended up at the edge of the universe. Returning would then be near impossible." Ao Shan asked, "Where are we heading now? Why not return to Qingxuan heaven and earth?" The ancestor of talismans replied casually, "The 5 sacred demon kingdoms have pursuers closing in. We cannot return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. We must move in the opposite direction." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan nodded. "So that is the case." At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke. "Do the 2 seniors know of the ancestral demon soil?" The 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom seemed to be searching for its whereabouts. The ancestor of talismans and the Nine Yin saint exchanged a glance, falling into silence. The Nine Yin saint then said gravely, "The ancestral demon soil is the birthplace of the demons. Though they can now suppress the myriad races, they cannot annihilate them completely. Thus, they seek the ancestral demon soil to harness the chaotic demonic qi, hoping thereby to step into the great Tao saint realm." The ancestor of talismans sighed.
To tell the truth, I am not certain whether the location I obtained is truly that of the ancestral demon soil.
No, 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 the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us. Ao Shan was stunned. Then who could it be? The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder. "Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo." Before Ao Shan could speak, the Nine Yin saint frowned and stood up. "Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine." The ancestor of talismans chuckled. "When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default." The Nine Yin saint pointed at him and cursed, "Thieving old Taoist, shameless." The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm? The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard, the divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask, "What kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before." The celestial fox smiled. "The void beast Shiji. It is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race." Ao Shan was astonished. "Were you the ones who captured it?" The dragon turtle shook his head. "This void beast is Shen Mo's pet." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt, "The 3 of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo later. I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here." The Nine Yin saint nodded. "It must have been a void whirlpool. The void whirlpool is chaotic and disordered. To reappear here is already a great stroke of fortune. Had your luck been worse, you might have ended up at the edge of the universe. Returning would then be near impossible." Ao Shan asked, "Where are we heading now? Why not return to Qingxuan heaven and earth?" The ancestor of talismans replied casually, "The 5 sacred demon kingdoms have pursuers closing in. We cannot return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. We must move in the opposite direction." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan nodded, so that is the case. At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke. Do the two seniors know of the ancestral demon soil? The 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom seem to be searching for its whereabouts. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint exchanged a glance, falling into silence. The 9 yin saint then said gravely, the ancestral demon soil is the birthplace of the demons. Though they can now suppress the myriad races, they cannot annihilate them completely. Thus, they seek the ancestral demon soil to harness the chaotic demonic qi, hoping thereby to step into the great Tao Saint realm. The ancestor of talismans sighed. To tell the truth, I am not certain whether the location I obtained is truly that of the ancestral demon soil. The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor each also obtained the location of an ancient ruin, but they too were uncertain if it was the true site. After we met, they each set out toward those ruins. We did the same, but were suddenly besieged by a great number of demon saints, and so we were trapped there for hundreds of years. As the ancestor of talismans had said, all of these saints who wandered the heavens and realms had once obtained clues regarding the ancestral demon soil. In particular, the Flame Emperor, Martial Ancestor, the ancestor of talismans, and the 9 Yin Saint, such formidable figures, had even gained coordinates to ancient ruins. Yet without exception, these coordinates were extremely distant. Nearly all lay at the edges of the universe. Even for saints, to traverse countless stars to reach those places would consume immeasurable time. If upon arrival it proved not to be the ancestral demon soil, then would that not be a waste? Even so, many saints still went. For hidden within was the chance to drive out the demons completely. Even if only the faintest hope remained, they would do all they could. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. As great powerhouses bearing the fate of the human race, they were obliged to lead humanity forward. Otherwise, they would go against the human Tao and bring about their own destruction. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 Yin Saint thus planned to head toward ruins known as the Demon Valley. Tens of thousands of years ago, large numbers of demon men had appeared there, of immense strength, so strong that even many true demons were inferior to them. For a time, many demon men even seized high positions within the 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom. Then there arose arguments within the demon race, claiming that the hybrids of demons and humans, the demon men, were the most powerful and most intelligent beings. That demon men were the ultimate life form, destined to unify the heavens and realms. Yet this dominance lasted only over 10,000 years. Suddenly, they weakened greatly, as though they had all lost their source of strength at once. From then on, demon men were gradually rejected by the demon hierarchy. Those who appeared afterward never regained past glory, becoming merely ordinary demonized humans.
Demon Valley, I have heard of it before.
Ao Shan nodded repeatedly. He had lived far longer than Xiang Yuan and Shen Mo, with far greater experience. Shen Mo suddenly said,
If we return to Qingxuan heaven and earth now, we may not be of much use. It would be better to go directly to Demon Valley. Perhaps there we may find clues to the ancestral demon soil.
No. The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us. Ao Shan was stunned. Then who could it be? The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder. Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo. Before Ao Shan could speak, the 9 Yin Saint frowned and stood up. Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine. The ancestor of talismans chuckled. When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default. The 9 Yin Saint pointed at him and cursed, thieving old Taoist shameless. The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm? The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard, the divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask, "What kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before." The celestial fox smiled. "The void beast Shiji. It is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race." Ao Shan was astonished. "Were you the ones who captured it?" The dragon turtle shook his head. "This void beast is Shen Mo's pet." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt, "The three of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo. Later I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here." The Nine Yin saint nodded. "It must have been a void whirlpool. The void whirlpool is chaotic and disordered. To reappear here is already a great stroke of fortune. Had your luck been worse, you might have ended up at the edge of the universe. Returning would then be near impossible." Ao Shan asked, "Where are we heading now? Why not return to Qingxuan heaven and earth?" The ancestor of talismans replied casually, "The 5 sacred demon kingdoms have pursuers closing in. We cannot return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. We must move in the opposite direction." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan nodded. "So that is the case." At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke. "Do the 2 seniors know of the ancestral demon soil?" The 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom seemed to be searching for its whereabouts. The ancestor of talismans and the Nine Yin saint exchanged a glance, falling into silence. The Nine Yin saint then said gravely, "The ancestral demon soil is the birthplace of the demons. Though they can now suppress the myriad races, they cannot annihilate them completely. Thus, they seek the ancestral demon soil to harness the chaotic demonic qi, hoping thereby to step into the great Tao saint realm." The ancestor of talismans sighed. "To tell the truth, I am not certain whether the location I obtained is truly that of the ancestral demon soil." The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor each also obtained the location of an ancient ruin, but they too were uncertain if it was the true site. After we met, they each set out toward those ruins. We did the same, but were suddenly besieged by a great number of demon saints, and so we were trapped there for hundreds of years. As the ancestor of talismans had said, all of these saints who wandered the heavens and realms had once obtained clues regarding the ancestral demon soil. In particular, the Flame Emperor, Martial Ancestor, the ancestor of talismans, and the Nine Yin Saint, such formidable figures, had even gained coordinates to ancient ruins. Yet without exception, these coordinates were extremely distant. Nearly all lay at the edges of the universe. Even for saints, to traverse countless stars to reach those places would consume immeasurable time. If upon arrival it proved not to be the ancestral demon soil, then would that not be a waste? Even so, many saints still went. For hidden within was the chance to drive out the demons completely. Even if only the faintest hope remained, they would do all they could. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. As great powerhouses bearing the fate of the human race, they were obliged to lead humanity forward. Otherwise, they would go against the human Tao and bring about their own destruction. The ancestor of talismans and the Nine Yin Saint thus planned to head toward ruins known as the Demon Valley. Tens of thousands of years ago, large numbers of demon men had appeared there, of immense strength, so strong that even many true demons were inferior to them. For a time, many demon men even seized high positions within the 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom. Then there arose arguments within the demon race, claiming that the hybrids of demons and humans, the demon men, were the most powerful and most intelligent beings. That demon men were the ultimate life form, destined to unify the heavens and realms. Yet this dominance lasted only over 10,000 years. Suddenly, they weakened greatly, as though they had all lost their source of strength at once. From then on, demon men were gradually rejected by the demon hierarchy. Those who appeared afterward never regained past glory, becoming merely ordinary demonized humans. Demon Valley, I have heard of it before, Ao Shan nodded repeatedly. He had lived far longer than Xiang Yuan and Shen Mo, with far greater experience. Shen Mo suddenly said, "If we return to Qingxuan heaven and earth now, we may not be of much use. It would be better to go directly to Demon Valley. Perhaps there we may find clues to the ancestral demon soil. However, not all of us can go. Some must return to Qingxuan heaven and earth to resist the demon army of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms." The ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint both nodded in deep agreement. After discussion, it was decided that the divine phoenix, celestial fox, and Ao Shan would return. The ancestor of talismans lent his great Tao saint artifact, the Fusion treasure world, to the divine phoenix. This treasure was not only supreme in defense, but also had immense speed, able to borrow the power of stars to accelerate. With it, the divine phoenix and the others could return to Qingxuan heaven and earth as swiftly as possible. Qingxuan heaven and earth was, after all, the birthplace of humans, beasts, and dragons. It could not be allowed to fall into error. After watching them depart, Shen Mo and the others continued forward on the Shiji, speeding through the turbulent void currents. Their destination was Demon Valley.
What? Not a single one of them.
When Yao Wang heard the report, his brows furrowed deeply. Shiju sighed softly.
We filled the void for nothing. Not only was Shen Mo absent, but even the ancestor of talismans, the 9 yin saint, and the 3 beast saints of the divine phoenix all vanished without a trace.
No. The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us. Ao Shan was stunned. Then who could it be? The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder. Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo. Before Ao Shan could speak, the 9 yin saint frowned and stood up. Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine. The ancestor of talismans chuckled. When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default. The 9 yin saint pointed at him and cursed, "Thieving old Taoist, shameless." The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm? The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard, the divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask, "What kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before." The celestial fox smiled. "The void beast Shiji. It is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race." Ao Shan was astonished. "Were you the ones who captured it?" The dragon turtle shook his head. "This void beast is Shen Mo's pet." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt, "The 3 of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo. Later I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here." The 9 yin saint nodded. "It must have been a void whirlpool. The void whirlpool is chaotic and disordered. To reappear here is already a great stroke of fortune. Had your luck been worse, you might have ended up at the edge of the universe. Returning would then be near impossible." Ao Shan asked, "Where are we heading now? Why not return to Qingxuan heaven and earth?" The ancestor of talismans replied casually, "The 5 sacred demon kingdoms have pursuers closing in. We cannot return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. We must move in the opposite direction." Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan nodded, so that is the case. At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke. Do the two seniors know of the ancestral demon soil? The 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom seem to be searching for its whereabouts. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint exchanged a glance, falling into silence. The 9 yin saint then said gravely, the ancestral demon soil is the birthplace of the demons. Though they can now suppress the myriad races, they cannot annihilate them completely. Thus, they seek the ancestral demon soil to harness the chaotic demonic qi, hoping thereby to step into the great Tao Saint realm. The ancestor of talismans sighed. To tell the truth, I am not certain whether the location I obtained is truly that of the ancestral demon soil. The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor each also obtained the location of an ancient ruin, but they too were uncertain if it was the true site. After we met, they each set out toward those ruins. We did the same, but were suddenly besieged by a great number of demon saints, and so we were trapped there for hundreds of years. As the ancestor of talismans had said, all of these saints who wandered the heavens and realms had once obtained clues regarding the ancestral demon soil. In particular, the Flame Emperor, Martial Ancestor, the ancestor of talismans, and the 9 Yin Saint, such formidable figures, had even gained coordinates to ancient ruins. Yet without exception, these coordinates were extremely distant. Nearly all lay at the edges of the universe. Even for saints, to traverse countless stars to reach those places would consume immeasurable time. If upon arrival it proved not to be the ancestral demon soil, then would that not be a waste? Even so, many saints still went. For hidden within was the chance to drive out the demons completely. Even if only the faintest hope remained, they would do all they could. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. As great powerhouses bearing the fate of the human race, they were obliged to lead humanity forward. Otherwise, they would go against the human Tao and bring about their own destruction. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 Yin Saint thus planned to head toward ruins known as the Demon Valley. Tens of thousands of years ago, large numbers of demon men had appeared there, of immense strength, so strong that even many true demons were inferior to them. For a time, many demon men even seized high positions within the 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom. Then there arose arguments within the demon race, claiming that the hybrids of demons and humans, the demon men, were the most powerful and most intelligent beings. That demon men were the ultimate life form, destined to unify the heavens and realms. Yet this dominance lasted only over 10,000 years. Suddenly, they weakened greatly, as though they had all lost their source of strength at once. From then on, demon men were gradually rejected by the demon hierarchy. Those who appeared afterward never regained past glory, becoming merely ordinary demonized humans. Demon Valley, I have heard of it before, Ao Shan nodded repeatedly. He had lived far longer than Xiang Yuan and Shen Mo, with far greater experience. Shen Mo suddenly said, if we return to Qingxuan heaven and earth now, we may not be of much use. It would be better to go directly to Demon Valley. Perhaps there we may find clues to the ancestral demon soil. However, not all of us can go. Some must return to Qingxuan heaven and earth to resist the demon army of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 Yin Saint both nodded in deep agreement. After discussion, it was decided that the divine phoenix, celestial fox, and Ao Shan would return. The ancestor of talismans lent his great Tao Saint artifact, the Fusion Treasure World, to the divine phoenix. This treasure was not only supreme in defense, but also had immense speed, able to borrow the power of stars to accelerate. With it, the divine phoenix and the others could return to Qingxuan heaven and earth as swiftly as possible. Qingxuan heaven and earth was, after all, the birthplace of humans, beasts, and dragons. It could not be allowed to fall into error. After watching them depart, Shen Mo and the others continued forward on the Shiji, speeding through the turbulent void currents. Their destination was Demon Valley. What? Not a single one of them. When Yao Wang heard the report, his brows furrowed deeply. Shizhu sighed softly. We filled the void for nothing. Not only was Shen Mo absent, but even the ancestor of talismans, the 9 Yin saint, and the 3 beast saints of the divine phoenix all vanished without a trace. I suspect they may already have escaped. Quangni sneered from the side.
I said from the start, the corpse demon kingdom's lot would amount to nothing.
No, 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 the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor are still deep in the void searching for the ancestral demon soil. They did not rescue us. Ao Shan was stunned. Then who could it be? The ancestor of talismans patted Shen Mo's shoulder. Of course, it was my good disciple, Shen Mo. Before Ao Shan could speak, the 9 Yin saint frowned and stood up. Nonsense, what do you mean your disciple? Clearly he is mine. The ancestor of talismans chuckled. When I asked Shen Mo earlier, he did not reply, which means he accepted by default. The 9 Yin saint pointed at him and cursed, thieving old Taoist shameless. The two began quarreling again. These venerable saint realm figures, revered as ancestors and masters of Tao, now argued like common old men in the streets. Yet in Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's ears, those sounds faded away. They looked at Shen Mo, eyes full of shock. What? It was Shen Mo who had rescued these saints. How could that be possible? Was he not like them, only recently advanced to the saint realm? The details can be explained later. For now, come aboard, the divine phoenix coughed lightly. Only then did Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan ascend. Xiang Yuan could not help but ask, what kind of void beast is this? I have never seen it before. The celestial fox smiled. The void beast Shiji. It is extremely rare, only one exists in the entire race. Ao Shan was astonished. Were you the ones who captured it? The dragon turtle shook his head. This void beast is Shen Mo's pet. Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's eyes went wide, staring again at Shen Mo, utterly speechless. Aside from shock, jealousy stirred in Ao Shan's heart. Why? How could Shen Mo, a newly advanced saint, capture such a powerful void beast? While he, a dragon saint, had been dragged into the foul swamp, gained nothing, and left covered in wounds. How could the gap between people be so vast? After some exchanges, the divine phoenix asked Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan about what had happened earlier. Xiang Yuan said with guilt, the three of us were separated in the foul swamp. I could not find Shen Mo. Later I reunited with Ao Shan, but we were swept into the currents. When we emerged again, we were already here. The 9 Yin saint nodded. It must have been a void whirlpool. The void whirlpool is chaotic and disordered. To reappear here is already a great stroke of fortune. Had your luck been worse, you might have ended up at the edge of the universe. Returning would then be near impossible. Ao Shan asked, where are we heading now? Why not return to Qingxuan heaven and earth? The ancestor of talismans replied casually, the 5 sacred demon kingdoms have pursuers closing in. We cannot return directly to Qingxuan heaven and earth. We must move in the opposite direction. Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan nodded. So that is the case. At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke. Do the 2 seniors know of the ancestral demon soil? The 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom seem to be searching for its whereabouts. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 Yin saint exchanged a glance, falling into silence. The 9 Yin saint then said gravely, the ancestral demon soil is the birthplace of the demons. Though they can now suppress the myriad races, they cannot annihilate them completely. Thus, they seek the ancestral demon soil to harness the chaotic demonic qi, hoping thereby to step into the great Tao saint realm. The ancestor of talismans sighed. To tell the truth, I am not certain whether the location I obtained is truly that of the ancestral demon soil. The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor each also obtained the location of an ancient ruin, but they too were uncertain if it was the true site. After we met, they each set out toward those ruins. We did the same, but were suddenly besieged by a great number of demon saints, and so we were trapped there for hundreds of years. As the ancestor of talismans had said, all of these saints who wandered the heavens and realms had once obtained clues regarding the ancestral demon soil. In particular, the Flame Emperor, Martial Ancestor, the ancestor of talismans, and the 9 Yin Saint, such formidable figures, had even gained coordinates to ancient ruins. Yet without exception, these coordinates were extremely distant. Nearly all lay at the edges of the universe. Even for saints, to traverse countless stars to reach those places would consume immeasurable time. If upon arrival it proved not to be the ancestral demon soil, then would that not be a waste? Even so, many saints still went. For hidden within was the chance to drive out the demons completely. Even if only the faintest hope remained, they would do all they could. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. As great powerhouses bearing the fate of the human race, they were obliged to lead humanity forward. Otherwise, they would go against the human Tao and bring about their own destruction. The ancestor of talismans and the Nine Yin saint thus planned to head toward ruins known as the Demon Valley. Tens of thousands of years ago, large numbers of demon men had appeared there, of immense strength, so strong that even many true demons were inferior to them. For a time, many demon men even seized high positions within the 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom. Then there arose arguments within the demon race, claiming that the hybrids of demons and humans, the demon men, were the most powerful and most intelligent beings. That demon men were the ultimate life form, destined to unify the heavens and realms. Yet this dominance lasted only over 10,000 years. Suddenly, they weakened greatly, as though they had all lost their source of strength at once. From then on, demon men were gradually rejected by the demon hierarchy. Those who appeared afterward never regained past glory, becoming merely ordinary demonized humans. Demon Valley, I have heard of it before, Ao Shan nodded repeatedly. He had lived far longer than Xiang Yuan and Shen Mo, with far greater experience. Shen Mo suddenly said, "If we return to Qingxuan heaven and earth now, we may not be of much use. It would be better to go directly to Demon Valley. Perhaps there we may find clues to the ancestral demon soil." However, not all of us can go. Some must return to Qingxuan heaven and earth to resist the demon army of the 5 sacred demon kingdoms. The ancestor of talismans and the 9 yin saint both nodded in deep agreement. After discussion, it was decided that the divine phoenix, celestial fox and Ao Shan would return. The ancestor of talismans lent his great Tao saint artifact, the Fusion treasure world, to the divine phoenix. This treasure was not only supreme in defense, but also had immense speed, able to borrow the power of stars to accelerate. With it, the divine phoenix and the others could return to Qingxuan heaven and earth as swiftly as possible. Qingxuan heaven and earth was, after all, the birthplace of humans, beasts, and dragons. It could not be allowed to fall into error. After watching them depart, Shen Mo and the others continued forward on the Shiji, speeding through the turbulent void currents. Their destination was Demon Valley. What? Not a single one of them. When Yao Wang heard the report, his brows furrowed deeply. Shizhu sighed softly. We filled the void for nothing. Not only was Shen Mo absent, but even the ancestor of talismans, the 9 yin saint, and the 3 beast saints of the divine phoenix all vanished without a trace. I suspect they may already have escaped. Quang Ni sneered from the side. I said from the start, the corpse demon kingdom's lot would amount to nothing. To let saints slip away so easily. The corpse division of the demons is truly worthless. Shiju's face darkened at the insult, but his strength was no match for Quang Ni. He dared not speak and could only endure. Yao Wang said grimly,
I will personally contact the great demon lord of the corpse demon kingdom.
Chapter 759, Why has fate not yet undergone great change? Chapter 759, Why has fate not yet undergone great change? Demon Valley. This ancient ruin lay at the edge of the universe. Even with the Shiji carrying them, Shen Mo and his group spent enormous effort to reach this place. Along the way, they even encountered an ambush from demon saints of the obscure demon kingdom. Fortunately, their strength was overwhelming, and they quickly broke through the encirclement. The obscure demon kingdom, like the 5 sacred demon kingdoms and the corpse demon kingdom, was counted among the 3 greatest demon kingdoms. Within it, the most powerful clans were the Filth Division and the Darkness Division. Together, these 2 governed the kingdom, forming its might. Were it not for the rivalry between them, they might already have surpassed the 5 sacred demon kingdoms to become the strongest force of the demons.
We have arrived. This is Demon Valley.
Though it lies at the edge of the obscure demon kingdom's domain, demon saints of that land are sometimes encountered here as well. We must act with caution,
Said the ancestor of talismans solemnly.
He and the 9 Yin Saint had long gathered intelligence on Demon Valley. Now they immediately shared it with Shen Mo, the dragon turtle, and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo gazed at the ruins shrouded within the void currents, his face tinged with emotion. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was the sole entrance to the ancestral demon soil. And it was here that everything would come to an end. Before Ao Shan departed, Shen Mo had already kept his upcoming fate firmly in mind. Originally, Ao Shan was to play a decisive role in this battle. At the most critical moment, the Dragon Saint would betray the group, joining the side of the demons. The ancestor of talismans would fall. The 9 Yin Saint would suffer grievous injury. Even the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor, who rushed to aid them, would be trapped in encirclement. The myriad races would fail at the final moment. The demons would gain ultimate victory and force their way into the ancestral demon soil. But now, thanks to earlier arrangements, Shen Mo had successfully sent Ao Shan away.
Yet,
Shen Mo checked his own and his companion's life panels, finding that destiny had only suffered minor disturbances. No true change had appeared. It was as though even the all-seeing life panel could not pierce the fog ahead.
this Demon Valley is like a maze. For now, let us spread out and seek signs of the ancestral demon soil.
The ancestor of talismans said gravely.
I have already taught you the methods of searching for it.
We have arrived. This is Demon Valley. Though it lies at the edge of the obscure demon kingdom's domain, demon saints of that land are sometimes encountered here as well. We must act with caution, said the ancestor of talismans solemnly. He and the 9 Yin Saint had long gathered intelligence on Demon Valley. Now they immediately shared it with Shen Mo, the dragon turtle, and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo gazed at the ruins shrouded within the void currents, his face tinged with emotion. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was the sole entrance to the ancestral demon soil. And it was here that everything would come to an end. Before Ao Shan departed, Shen Mo had already kept his upcoming fate firmly in mind. Originally, Ao Shan was to play a decisive role in this battle. At the most critical moment, the Dragon Saint would betray the group, joining the side of the demons. The ancestor of talismans would fall. The 9 Yin Saint would suffer grievous injury. Even the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor, who rushed to aid them, would be trapped in encirclement. The myriad races would fail at the final moment. The demons would gain ultimate victory and force their way into the ancestral demon soil. But now, thanks to earlier arrangements, Shen Mo had successfully sent Ao Shan away. Yet,
9 Yin, Dragon Turtle, and Xiang Yuan will form one group. Shen Mo and I will form the other. That is settled.
without giving anyone else a chance to respond, he immediately pulled Shen Mo along and departed. The 9 Yin Saint had not yet spoken before the two were already vanishing from sight. Xiang Yuan sighed.
How swift! The ancestor of talismans is so eager for the sake of the myriad races. Truly a blessing for us all.
The 9 Yin Saint rarely showed irritation, but now his face clouded.
He is not eager for the myriad races. He simply wants to make Shen Mo his disciple.
We have arrived. This is Demon Valley. Though it lies at the edge of the obscure demon kingdom's domain, demon saints of that land are sometimes encountered here as well. We must act with caution, said the ancestor of talismans solemnly. He and the 9 Yin Saint had long gathered intelligence on Demon Valley. Now they immediately shared it with Shen Mo, the dragon turtle, and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo gazed at the ruins shrouded within the void currents, his face tinged with emotion. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was the sole entrance to the ancestral demon soil. And it was here that everything would come to an end. Before Ao Shan departed, Shen Mo had already kept his upcoming fate firmly in mind. Originally, Ao Shan was to play a decisive role in this battle. At the most critical moment, the Dragon Saint would betray the group, joining the side of the demons. The ancestor of talismans would fall. The nine yin saint would suffer grievous injury. Even the flame emperor and martial ancestor, who rushed to aid them, would be trapped in encirclement. The myriad races would fail at the final moment. The demons would gain ultimate victory and force their way into the ancestral demon soil. But now, thanks to earlier arrangements, Shen Mo had successfully sent Ao Shan away. Yet,
Come, let us search in the other direction for the ancestral demon soil.
the dragon turtle asked quietly.
Senior 9 Yin, if we fail to find the ancestral demon soil, what then?
The nine yin saint fell silent for a moment.
Then everything will rest upon the Flame Emperor, the Martial Ancestor, and the Wilderness Venerable.
We have arrived, this is Demon Valley. Though it lies at the edge of the obscure demon kingdom's domain, demon saints of that land are sometimes encountered here as well. We must act with caution, said the ancestor of talismans solemnly. He and the nine yin saint had long gathered intelligence on Demon Valley. Now they immediately shared it with Shen Mo, the dragon turtle, and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo gazed at the ruins shrouded within the void currents, his face tinged with emotion. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was the sole entrance to the ancestral demon soil. And it was here that everything would come to an end. Before Ao Shan departed, Shen Mo had already kept his upcoming fate firmly in mind. Originally, Ao Shan was to play a decisive role in this battle. At the most critical moment, the dragon saint would betray the group, joining the side of the demons. The ancestor of talismans would fall. The nine yin saint would suffer grievous injury. Even the flame emperor and martial ancestor, who rushed to aid them, would be trapped in encirclement. The myriad races would fail at the final moment. The demons would gain ultimate victory and force their way into the ancestral demon soil. But now, thanks to earlier arrangements, Shen Mo had successfully sent Ao Shan away. Yet,
Within Demon Valley, there are still demon men lurking.
we have arrived, this is Demon Valley. Though it lies at the edge of the obscure demon kingdom's domain, demon saints of that land are sometimes encountered here as well. We must act with caution, said the ancestor of talismans solemnly. He and the nine yin saint had long gathered intelligence on Demon Valley. Now they immediately shared it with Shen Mo, the dragon turtle, and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo gazed at the ruins shrouded within the void currents, his face tinged with emotion. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was the sole entrance to the ancestral demon soil. And it was here that everything would come to an end. Before Ao Shan departed, Shen Mo had already kept his upcoming fate firmly in mind. Originally, Ao Shan was to play a decisive role in this battle. At the most critical moment, the dragon saint would betray the group, joining the side of the demons. The ancestor of talismans would fall. The nine yin saint would suffer grievous injury. Even the flame emperor and martial ancestor, who rushed to aid them, would be trapped in encirclement. The myriad races would fail at the final moment. The demons would gain ultimate victory and force their way into the ancestral demon soil. But now, thanks to earlier arrangements, Shen Mo had successfully sent Ao Shan away. Yet,
Senior Ancestor of Talismans, if we truly find the ancestral demon soil, what should be done?
the ancestor of talismans answered solemnly.
Naturally, we must enter and destroy the chaotic demonic chi.
We have arrived, this is Demon Valley. Though it lies at the edge of the obscure demon kingdom's domain, demon saints of that land are sometimes encountered here as well. We must act with caution, said the ancestor of talismans solemnly. He and the nine yin saint had long gathered intelligence on Demon Valley. Now they immediately shared it with Shen Mo, the dragon turtle, and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo gazed at the ruins shrouded within the void currents, his face tinged with emotion. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was the sole entrance to the ancestral demon soil. And it was here that everything would come to an end. Before Ao Shan departed, Shen Mo had already kept his upcoming fate firmly in mind. Originally, Ao Shan was to play a decisive role in this battle. At the most critical moment, the dragon saint would betray the group, joining the side of the demons. The ancestor of talismans would fall. The nine yin saint would suffer grievous injury. Even the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor, who rushed to aid them, would be trapped in encirclement. The myriad races would fail at the final moment. The demons would gain ultimate victory and force their way into the ancestral demon soil. But now, thanks to earlier arrangements, Shen Mo had successfully sent Ao Shan away. Yet,
And if it requires the ancestor of talismans to give up his life?
the ancestor of talismans laughed lightly.
I am nothing but decaying wood.
We have arrived. This is Demon Valley. Though it lies at the edge of the obscure demon kingdom's domain, demon saints of that land are sometimes encountered here as well. We must act with caution, said the ancestor of talismans solemnly. He and the 9 Yin Saint had long gathered intelligence on Demon Valley. Now they immediately shared it with Shen Mo, the dragon turtle, and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo gazed at the ruins shrouded within the void currents, his face tinged with emotion. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was the sole entrance to the ancestral demon soil. And it was here that everything would come to an end. Before Ao Shan departed, Shen Mo had already kept his upcoming fate firmly in mind. Originally, Ao Shan was to play a decisive role in this battle. At the most critical moment, the Dragon Saint would betray the group, joining the side of the demons. The ancestor of talismans would fall. The 9 Yin Saint would suffer grievous injury. Even the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor, who rushed to aid them, would be trapped in encirclement. The myriad races would fail at the final moment. The demons would gain ultimate victory and force their way into the ancestral demon soil. But now, thanks to earlier arrangements, Shen Mo had successfully sent Ao Shan away. Yet,
Perhaps there is another way.
what the life panel shows is not necessarily destiny itself. There is still a chance to change it.
Shen Mo muttered, his brows furrowed.
Just then, faint sounds of battle came from ahead. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately moved toward it. Yet before they had gone far, passing a collapsed ruin, Shen Mo suddenly felt a warning. He grabbed the ancestor of talismans and pulled him back sharply. Sure enough, 2 bone spears shot forth, nailing into the ground where they had just stood. The spears pierced deep into the stone. Earlier, Shen Mo had already observed that the rocks and structures in Demon Valley were incredibly hard. Even battles between saints could not shatter them. But these 2 bone spears had pierced through, as if into tofu. Clearly, the material of the spears was extraordinary, and the one who cast them was formidable.
Humans, get out.
A harsh shout rang out. Shen Mo and the ancestor of talismans looked toward the source. Atop a high place stood a dark-skinned figure with slender limbs. But on closer inspection, the body still bore many demonic traits, with demonic qi lingering constantly around it. There was no doubt this was a demon man. And judging from the full contours of her chest, it was a female demon man. Shen Mo pondered. The demon men were peculiar. The males were ugly, while the females were beautiful. Perhaps this was an innate trait of their kind. Seeing that Shen Mo and the ancestor of talismans remained unmoved, the female demon man shouted again.
Humans, this is not a place you should be. Leave at once.
The ancestor of talismans chuckled.
Do not be angry. We are only here in search of treasure.
The female demon man cried harshly.
Treasure or not, it matters not. Take one more step forward, and I will strike without mercy.
Chapter 760, Girl, Will You Still Not Let Us Pass? Chapter 760, Girl, Will You Still Not Let Us Pass? Fu Zhu frowned and transmitted in a low voice.
This demon woman is very formidable, comparable to the 9th realm of the Chitty. My injuries have not fully healed, and the Fusion treasure realm is not at my side. I cannot handle her. However, she cannot trouble us either. Shen Mo, my young friend, it is better we avoid her edge for now. Though the number of demons here has sharply decreased, if we anger them, we will be mired in endless trouble.
But Shen Mo shook his head. This demon woman was the key to finding the ancestral demon land. If they turned away now, it would indeed save them much trouble, but they would never again find the ancestral demon land. He looked at the demon woman and smiled.
There are sounds of battle ahead. Should be your people being attacked by the demons of the Dark Demon Kingdom, yes.
The demon woman's expression shifted, then she sneered.
What? Do you want to take advantage of the chaos?
Shen Mo said slowly.
I have a way to drive them back.
The demon woman froze, then scoffed.
Madness. I am a demon with more demonic traits than human ones, and you want to help me.
Shen Mo spoke calmly.
The Dark Demon Kingdom has coveted the demon clan's hidden troves for a long time.
Every few years they attack Demon Valley, slaughtering your people and plundering your tribes.
My human race and the demon race are natural enemies. Since that is so, why can I not aid the demon clans against them?
The demon woman was struck speechless by his words. Fu Zhu, however, listened with eyes alight. This Shen Mo was not only extraordinary in talent and power, but also sharp of mind. In an instant, he had produced such a justification. The demon woman looked Shen Mo and Fu Zhu over.
This human beside you fine. He is at the Qingxuan Saint realm, at least of some use. But you are only at the Chitty Saint realm. How different are you from my tribe's ordinary warriors?
And you think to drive back the Dark Demon Kingdom's demons? Foolish talk.
Humans, I urge you to leave. We demons do not want to cooperate with your kind.
The demon woman again raised her twin bone spears, preparing to fight. Fu Zhu's brows furrowed, secretly pinching a talisman. Shen Mo called out.
This attack must be by the Dark Division demons, right? The Dark Division is skilled in various demonic arts, their overall strength greater than the Filth Division.
But the Filth Division has long occupied the high seats of the Dark Demon Kingdom, suppressing the Dark Division's status.
Now that Demon Valley suffers repeated attacks, it must be the Dark Division acting alone.
If you offer the Filth Division enough benefits, the Dark Division will withdraw.
These words left the demon woman gaping. They survivors of Demon Valley had little contact with the outside and knew nothing of the Dark Demon Kingdom's inner affairs. If this human spoke true, then this was indeed a fine strategy to repel the enemy. Fu Zhu, hearing this, looked upon Shen Mo with admiration. This move was truly perceptive. It showed Shen Mo's deep understanding of the Dark Demon Kingdom's essence. He could easily exploit the conflict between the Filth Division and the Dark Division to achieve his aim. With such a figure born, how could the human race not rise and the demon race not fall?
Girl, will you still not let us pass?
Shen Mo said calmly. The demon woman bit her lip, still intent on blocking them. But suddenly her body stiffened, her face showing disbelief. After a long pause, she said,
Please, both of you follow me. The great priest invites you in.
Shen Mo and Fu Zhu followed the demon woman, turning left and right until they finally reached a camp. On the way, the demon woman introduced herself as Mo Mingyu. Perhaps because the great priest had spoken, Mo Mingyu's attitude toward them had improved greatly. Inside the camp, a large gathering of demons awaited. The arrival of Shen Mo and Fu Zhu immediately drew attention. The demons of Demon Valley rarely met humans, though their hatred of the Dark Demon Kingdom stretched across generations. Thus, most of the demons looked on with curiosity rather than hostility. Only a handful revealed expressions of disdain and hatred, though its source was unclear. Mo Mingyu greeted the demons in their obscure tongue. Though Shen Mo and Fu Zhu did not understand at first, humans were masters of learning. In a short while they grasped much of it. Before long, Mo Mingyu led them to a large tent. Inside, an elderly, white-haired demon woman sat at the head. On either side stood burly, hideous male demons. Judging by their armor, they were commanders. Their auras were at the Chitty Saint realm, most beyond the 7th realm. The white-haired elder's cultivation was stronger still, of the Qingxuan Saint realm. When Shen Mo's eyes swept over them, several commanders glared back viciously. They muttered among themselves in guttural speech, their tone scornful. Shen Mo, now understanding, retorted on the spot.
Rare it is for outsiders to come to Demon Valley, willing even to help, yet you speak so harshly. Is this the way demons treat their guests?
Fu Zhu looked on with approval. Though they were few against many, Shen Mo remained calm and unyielding. Such composure only pleased him further. The commanders' faces froze in shock. They could not fathom how these two humans understood their words. Mo Minju too was astonished. How had they learned demon speech so quickly? The great priest arched a brow, then spoke in flawless human tongue.
Forgive us, we are crude by habit and seldom receive humans. You lot, apologize to our honored guests.
These words were then repeated in demon speech. Reluctantly, the commanders obeyed. The great priest asked,
Have you two been to Demon Valley before?
No. Then how do you know our tongue?
Shen Mo smiled.
The demon tongue is not difficult. Most languages share common threads. With a little listening, one can learn.
All thanks to Mo Minjiu. As she led us here, she spoke constantly with others. Mo Minjiu's eyes widened. What? Just from her casual chatter, he had learned her speech. The great priest's eyes gleamed with admiration. She spoke firmly.
Bring seats for our honored guests.
Minjiu, fetch some Minxin fruit.
Mo Minjiu exclaimed.
Great priest, Minxin fruit is so rare. Go.
The great priest said calmly.
Yes.
Mo Minjiu bowed. Moments later, Shen Mo and Fu Zhu sat at the place of highest honor to the left. Mo Minjiu presented them with 2 plates of violet fruit. Such kindness showed clearly that the great priest recognized their strength. Smiling, the great priest said,
This Minxin fruit is a specialty of our Blackstone tribe. It calms the mind and focuses the spirit. Please taste it.
Chapter 761, The Strongest Anbulyu First Realm Tongshan Demon Saint. Chapter 761, The Strongest Anbulyu First Realm Tongshan Demon Saint. Shen Mo and Fu Zhu exchanged a glance, then simultaneously picked up the Minxin fruit without hesitation. They had never seen such a fruit before, but one thing was certain. The demons had no reason to poison them. Between humans and demons, there was little direct conflict of interest. The ones these demons hated most were in fact the Dark Demon Kingdom's clans. Shen Mo bit through the fruit's skin. The flesh within swiftly transformed into sweet liquid, flowing into his body and nourishing his limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, his state of mind grew tranquil. Within a few breaths, his holy soul had grown noticeably stronger. Fu Zhu smiled.
Many thanks for the great priest's hospitality.
Shen Mo also cupped his hands in salute. The great priest then smiled.
You are humans. Why have you come to our Demon Valley?
Shen Mo and Fu Zhu shared a look. Only then did Shen Mo speak.
We came seeking treasure. Among my people there was once a senior known as the Desolate Venerate. In ancient times, one of his great Tao artifacts shattered, and a fragment was lost here in Demon Valley.
He naturally would not reveal that he sought the ancestral demon land. The ancestral demon land was also an irresistible lure for demons. To prevent complications, it was best to conceal that truth. Fu Zhu regarded Shen Mo with a smile. This junior was truly clever and perceptive. Without a word spoken, a mere glance was enough for him to know what to say and how to act. The great priest nodded.
So that is it.
Shen Mo and Fu Zhu gave their names. The great priest looked at Fu Zhu with surprise.
So you are Fu Zhu. I have heard your name before.
Fu Zhu smiled and nodded. Then her gaze shifted to Shen Mo.
And this one so very young. You must be one of the human race's new saints. What you said earlier, about dealing with the Dark Demon Kingdom, was very good. But we still need.
Her words were cut short. A bloodied commander burst into the tent.
Great priest, disaster. Someone betrayed the tribe. Our pass has been broken by the Dark Demon Army. The army is led by Anbulyu. In the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn, they will reach the camp.
The great priest's face darkened. Treachery, the pass destroyed.
Quickly organize the evacuation. Women and children first. Even if the Dark Demon Army slaughters us, we must preserve the final ember of our Gangfeng tribe.
She turned to Shen Mo and Fu Zhu.
You too must go as well. You are human, and the demons hate your kind most of all.
Shen Mo and Fu Zhu both rose to their feet.
How many troops does the Dark Demon Army have? Who is their strongest?
Shen Mo asked suddenly. The great priest sighed.
At least 10 demon saints. the weakest at the first realm of the Chitty Demon Saint. The strongest is Ambeluo, first realm Tangshan Demon Saint.
Our Gangfeng tribe can rely only on the formations we laid down beforehand to resist briefly and delay them.
But once Ambeluo appears, no one will escape.
First realm Tangshan Demon Saint.
If I still had the Fusion Treasure Realm, I could resist this Ambeluo. But now…
Shen Mo interrupted.
Fu Zhu, do you have a way to trap Ambeluo?
Fu Zhu nodded.
Of course there is. My skills are not all tied to the Fusion Treasure Realm.
Shen Mo smiled.
Good, as long as you can restrain him, I can kill him.
Fu Zhu looked puzzled. Shen Mo was so confident on what grounds? Even if Shen Mo had been hiding his realm, he would be no higher than the 7th realm of Chitty. How could such a cultivation face a Tangshan Saint realm? Fu Zhu had seen Shen Mo's ways before. The man never acted without purpose and never boasted recklessly. If he spoke so, there must be a method to accomplish it. After thinking, he nodded once more.
Very well.
Shen Mo grinned.
Thank you, Senior Fu Zhu.
The two strode out of the tent. Outside, chaos reigned. Battle-ready demons formed ranks while the old, weak, and children gathered to evacuate. Others were activating formations and planting Saint Spirit stones. The Great Priest and the commanders were arranging defenses urgently. Even if they could not stop Ambeluo and the Dark Demon Army, they must buy time for the Gangfeng tribe's elders, women, and children to flee. Mo Minjiu rushed to Shen Mo and Fu Zhu. She frowned and barked.
The Great Priest told me to escort you away. Leave now.
Shen Mo shook his head and pointed south.
We can't, they're already here.
Mo Minjiu turned and saw it at once. Overwhelming black mist surging like a tide of countless vengeful spirits, as if hell itself sought to consume the world. At the front, the demonic aura coalesced into a humanoid shape. Over 10 zhang tall, purple-black skin, covered in jagged protrusions, and 2 additional pairs of arms sprouting from its flanks truly fearsome. It was Ambeluo, leader of the Dark Demon Army. Ambeluo looked down at the pale-faced demons in the Gangfeng tribe and laughed.
Ha, a mere mid-sized tribe and you still want to run. Remain.
He waved a massive hand and endless demonic chi surged, sealing the camp in an instant. In other words, the Gangfeng tribe's elders and children were already trapped before they could escape. All the demons turned ashen. The Great Priest forced a smile.
Ambeluo, our Gangfeng tribe wishes to surrender. Will you spare our lives?
Ambeluo sneered.
Surrender, why surrender now? Too late.
He then noticed 2 humans.
Oh, 2 humans?
Ambeluo was surprised humans seldom came to the edge of the universe, and he had not seen any for many years. The Dark Demon Kingdom had been at war with Demon Valley tribes, not fighting humans. That task usually fell to the 5 Saint Demon Kingdom or the Corpse Demon Kingdom. They rarely encountered humans, so Ambeluo thought it fitting to torment these uncommon prey. He laughed wickedly.
Since my birth, I have never tasted human flesh. Will you too enter my belly so I may savor some fresh meat?
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
You are Ambeluo. I've heard you are the strongest among the Dark Division's 3 demon lords. The other 2 admit they are beneath you.
Ambeluo roared with laughter.
Human brat, such bold words. For that, I'll keep your head as a trophy.
Shen Mo smiled again.
You, as one of the Dark Division's lords, do not benefit the Dark Division and instead serve the Filth Division like a dog. Do you deserve to command these Dark Division demons?
Chapter 762, Human Brat, I will tear you apart alive. Chapter 762, Human Brat, I will tear you apart alive. As soon as Shen Mo's words fell, the smile on Ambeluo's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of ugliness. This was the matter he hated most being mentioned. The Dark Demon Kingdom had originally been founded by a group of Filth Division demons and a group of Dark Division demons together. But for reasons unknown, the Dark Division demons of the Dark Demon Kingdom were cursed, born with congenital flaws. Compared to the Dark Division demons of the 5 Saint Demon Kingdom, these Dark Division demons in the Dark Demon Kingdom advanced their demonic chi extremely slowly. They reproduced quickly, but their lifespans were short. After hundreds of thousands of years, the current state had formed. A few Filth Division demons held high positions, enjoying everything. The majority of Dark Division demons languished at the bottom, like slaves. They had to perform exhausting, bitter labor just to exchange for resources to advance. Anbelu had once been nothing but a lowly soldier in the Dark Demon army. Through meritorious killing, he slowly rose step by step, finally reaching Demon Emperor. But that was his limit. Without sufficient resources, he could not advance further. Thus, to grow stronger, he accepted the Filth Division's solicitation and began serving them. The Dark Demon army had 3 demon lords. The other 2 seldom obeyed the Filth Division's commands. Only he listened the most. This time, in the Dark Demon army's attack on Demon Valley, the legion he led charged at the very front, killing the most enemies. It was to prove loyalty to the Filth Division. Among many Dark Division demons, such a type earned a nickname: Filth Dog. A Dark Division demon who, even as a demon saint, served as the Filth Division's running dog. Thus Anbelu was called the Filth Dog Saint. Now hearing Shen Mo's words, fury erupted in his heart like wildfire.
Human brat, you have succeeded in angering me. I've decided not to eat you. Instead, I'll crush your bones inch by inch, then pull out your soul and stuff it into the body of a swine. So you can watch as your soulless flesh is devoured by pigs.
Anbelu's face was twisted, killing intent soaring. But Shen Mo pressed on relentlessly.
All you can do is vent your rage on the irrelevant. Do you dare strike at the Filth Division? As I understand, over the years, there have been many uprisings among the Dark Division demons of the Dark Demon Kingdom. Though they failed, it was their resistance that forced the Filth Division to improve the treatment of every Dark Division demon, instead of treating them as slaves as before. Anbelu, you are a demon saint, yet you never dared to strike back at the Filth Division. I say you have been a filth dog so long, you can no longer shed that dog's skin.
At these words, silence fell over the Dark Division demons in the army. Even Anbelu's personal guards had nothing to say. Indeed, all his strength, yet he never struck at those who oppressed his kind. Still a running dog, only daring to slaughter weaker demons. It was truly shameful.
Human brat, I will tear you apart alive.
He roared and charged, throwing everything aside. Shen Mo stepped back.
Senior Fuzu, now.
Fu Zhu gave a heavy nod, both hands forming countless seals. At the same moment, 10 talismans flew from his sleeves, forming a profound floating array in midair.
Bind!
Fu Zhu shouted low. Invisible power surged from the array, wrapping around Anbelu like shackles. His charging figure was forcibly frozen in place. Shen Mo swept his hand, sending forth the world-purifying azure lotus wreathed in icy white flame, aimed directly at Anbelu's third rib on his abdomen. That was Anbelu's fatal weakness. Before leading the Dark Demon army into Demon Valley, Anbelu had quarreled with another demon lord of the Dark Division in the Dark Demon Kingdom. The two clashed fiercely, evenly matched, unable to decide victory after days of battle. Both grew weary, and it was then that Anbelu suffered the wound to his abdomen. Against foes far weaker than himself, such an injury was inconsequential. Even against Tangshan's Saint Realm enemies, so long as they were unaware of the wound, it mattered little. But Shen Mo was different. He could see Anbelu's demonic life panel. He knew effortlessly where the weakness lay. And he possessed the 9 nether ice flame and the 9 heavens divine thunder flame lethal weapons. Plus the world-purifying azure lotus, a great Dao artifact that specifically restrained demons. Seize the chance and he could strike heavily, even kill in one blow. Now Fu Zhu had given him this opportunity. Naturally, he would not let it slip. Boom! The lotus streaked forward. Neither hurried nor slow, impossible to evade, its hit inevitable. Anbelu's eyes widened in disbelief. He watched helplessly as the lotus pierced his abdomen, exiting through his back. The 9 nether ice flame erupted instantly inside him. Demonic chi, blood, and flesh all became fuel. Icy white fire spewed from his 7 orifices. Within mere breaths, Anbelu became a man of fire. His shrill screams split the sky, echoing endlessly. The dark demon army was stunned. The demons of the Gangfeng tribe were stunned. The great priest, the commanders, even Mo Mingyu never imagined such a sight. Even Fu Zhu was astonished. He clearly saw the power of that strike. Shen Mo had pinpointed Ambalu's weakness at a glance. Thus he had confidently ordered Fu Zhu to bind his foe, and then struck with thunderous precision. Could this be Shen Mo's special ability? Thud. Anbalu fell from the sky. He forced himself up, eyes filled with venom.
Human brat.
Shen Mo said nothing. With a wave, the platinum dragon fist roared forth. In an instant, it pierced Ambalu's dying body. His flesh was completely consumed by the 9 nether ice flame. A Tongshan demon saint slain, without even a trace left behind. The dark demon army quaked with fear. Anbalu had been their leader. They had seen him triumph in countless battles, invincible. And now, defeated by a human.
Counterattack, counterattack.
The great priest roared in excitement. The Gangfeng tribe demons surged with blood, morale soaring. All knew, with Ambalu dead, the dark demon army was leaderless. Now was the time to strike.
Kill!
The commanders led their troops in a furious charge. The dark demon army, bereft of direction, collapsed into panic. Like frightened pigs and dogs, they fled blindly. In the end, they left behind hundreds of thousands of corpses before scattering en route. The great priest and the commanders finally returned to the tribe. The great priest strode before Shen Mo and suddenly dropped to one knee.
The Gangfeng tribe thanks you, human saints, for your aid. This kindness we will never forget.
The commanders and all the demons followed, kneeling in unison.
This kindness we will never forget.
Chapter 763, I require a saint demon fruit and a saint demon tree branch. Chapter 763, I require a saint demon fruit and a saint demon tree branch. Shen Mo and the others returned to the command tent once more. This time, however, the high priest arranged Shen Mo and Fu Zhu in the seats of honor. The generals of the Gangfeng tribe sat below them. To an outsider, it would appear Shen Mo and Fu Zhu were the hosts, while the demon folk were the guests. The high priest's tone was exceptionally reverent.
Allow me to once again express my gratitude to you, Shen Mo, Ancestor Fu. Were it not for your intervention, the Gangfeng tribe would surely have been razed to the ground by the Dark Brahma's demon army.
Our people would have been captured and enslaved by him.
All the generals rose simultaneously, bowing deeply once more to Shen Mo and Fu Zhu. Shen Mo waved a dismissive hand.
Merely mutual benefit.
The high priest replied respectfully.
Shen Mo, what do you require? Anything the Gangfeng tribe possesses shall be yours.
If you seek intelligence, we shall share everything we know without reservation. Even if the Gangfeng tribe lacks it, we will help you seek it among the other great tribes.
His attitude was a stark contrast to before, now deeply respectful and earnest. Shen Mo signaled with his eyes. The high priest immediately understood, dismissing all others. In the spacious tent, only Shen Mo, Fu Zhu, the high priest, and Mo Mingyu remained. The high priest spoke solemnly.
Please speak, Shen Mo.
Shen Mo stated gravely.
High priest, do you know of the Saint Demon Tree?
The high priest paused, his expression complex.
Of course I do.
The Saint Demon Tree stands at the heart of the Demon Folk Valley, an ancient tree of immense height and size. In the past, when the Demon Folk flourished, occupying high positions in the demon nations and once deemed future masters of the myriad realms, it was inseparable from the Saint Demon Tree.
But later, the Saint Demon Tree withered with alarming speed, producing Saint Demon fruits only rarely. The demon folk declined accordingly, falling to their current state.
Shen Mo smiled.
I require one Saint Demon fruit, one branch from the Saint Demon Tree, and this Mo Mingyu beside you.
The high priest froze. Mo Mingyu looked equally astonished. The high priest frowned deeply.
The Saint Demon Tree is our sacred tree. Even in its withered state, it cannot be broken.
Saint Demon fruits no longer exist. Not even the 3 great tribes of the Demon Folk Valley possess a single one.
Mo Mingyu is a member of the Gangfeng tribe. She cannot become your slave.
Shen Mo, forgive my bluntness, but your 3 demands are exceedingly difficult to fulfill.
Shen Mo shook his head.
A withered saint demon fruit will suffice. A withered saint demon tree branch will suffice. As for Mo Minjiu, I never said she must become a slave. I merely need her to perform a task for me.
The high priest frowned. Shen Mo offered a slight smile. In truth, he had always intended to ask for a withered saint demon fruit and a withered saint demon tree branch. But he had not opened with that request. Such was the way of the world. Even though the high priest had just pledged to help with anything, it was impossible for him to fulfill every request. If Shen Mo asked for 10 parts, he might secure 6 or 7. If he only asked for 6 or 7 initially, he would likely receive only 3 or 4. Thus, one must begin with an audacious demand. The high priest gritted his teeth. After a long moment he said,
Very well, the Gangfeng tribe owes its survival to you both. Before such immense grace, I must find a way to obtain the Saint Demon Fruit and Saint Demon Tree branch for you.
Shen Mo replied calmly.
I mentioned upon arrival that the great wilderness venerable left a lost treasure in the Demon Folk Valley. I need Mo Minjiu to accompany me to a location. With her blood, we may determine the true bearing of that lost treasure.
The high priest could detect nothing unusual on Shen Mo's face. Finally, he nodded.
Very well, the Gangfeng tribe has always valued gratitude. Shen Mo, Ancestor Fu, you too saved our tribe. What we have promised, we shall fulfill.
He looked at Mo Minjiu.
Minjiu, these 2 guests are in your care.
Mo Minjiu nodded.
Understood.
After giving a few more instructions, the high priest departed with several personal guards. Shen Mo and Fu Zhu remained as guests in the Gangfeng tribe. The sight of Ampelyu's death had been truly earth-shattering. Nearly all demon folk of the Gangfeng tribe had changed their attitude. They held Shen Mo and Fu Zhu in extreme reverence and admiration. One could say their treatment in the tribe was almost equivalent to that of another high priest. Whatever they desired, the demon folk would strive to provide. Fu Zhu's body had been damaged, lacking time and resources for recovery. Recuperating in the Gangfeng tribe suited him perfectly. His cultivation advanced daily. Previously, he had been at the earth-piercing saint realm. Now he had recovered to the heaven-piercing saint realm. Shen Mo smiled.
Senior, have you fully recovered to your peak state?
Fu Zhu cheerfully waved a hand.
Far from it, but I possess 70 to 80% of my former combat strength. Mainly, I lack the Fusion treasure realm. Otherwise, even against 2 heaven-piercing demon saints simultaneously, I would not be at a disadvantage.
After speaking, he suddenly looked worried.
I wonder how Jihin Old Ghost and the others are faring.
Shen Mo nodded. When they first entered the Demon Folk Valley, they had split into 2 teams to explore separately. Shen Mo and Fu Zhu formed one team. Jigin, Dragon Turtle, and Xiang Yuan formed the other. They had encountered conflict between the Dark Demon Nation and the Demon Folk Valley tribes. Jiin's team might very well have been drawn into similar conflicts. Fu Zhu's concern was not unfounded. However, when they split into teams earlier, Shen Mo had already seen the life panels of those 3. Thus, he knew what would happen next. They would meet again soon. On this day, Shen Mo exhaled a turbid breath and stood up, his expression spirited.
This void godly nectar is truly a treasure. The aura of the great Tao of void it contains far surpasses ordinary treasures.
He smiled in satisfaction. The void godly nectar was a treasure the Gangfeng tribe gathered from the Demon Folk Valley wilderness. They used it to forge weapons. Mo Minjiu's bone spear had been quenched in void godly nectar, making it incomparably sharp and indestructible. Now that Shen Mo and Fu Zhu were honored guests, such treasures as void godly nectar were naturally supplied immediately. His comprehension of the great Tao of void had been at the 4th stage. After absorbing 2 jars of void godly nectar consecutively, it leaped to the 6th stage. The corresponding realm was earth-piercing 6th stage. One more step would be earth-piercing 7th stage. Since ancient times, advancing from 6th to 7th stage had always been a significant hurdle. But Shen Mo felt that with sufficient void godly nectar, he could overcome this barrier in one go. Shen Mo asked,
Minjiu, does your tribe have any more void godly nectar?
Mo Minjiu had been guarding outside the command tent. Hearing this, she quickly entered and replied respectfully.
Lord Shen Mo, there is none. Void godly nectar forms very slowly. The 2 jars we offered you were the tribe's last.
Shen Mo smiled helplessly.
No matter.
Just as he was about to say more, he heard commotion outside. Then someone shouted loudly.
The high priest has returned.
Mo Minjiu beamed with joy.
Shen Mo, the high priest has returned.
Shen Mo nodded repeatedly.
Let's go, we'll go out and see.
Chapter 764, Follow Me, the High Priest requests your presence. Chapter 764, Follow Me, the High Priest requests your presence. Shen Mo stepped out of the command tent. He immediately saw the High Priest and others had appeared in the tribe. Demon folk of the Qingxuan tribe gathered around. Fu Zu's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward. But Shen Mo grabbed his arm, whispering,
Senior, look at the person beside the high priest.
Fu Zu focused his gaze. The person beside the high priest was burly and powerfully built, towering over the Qingxuan tribe's demon folk by a full head. His entire body exuded a ferocious aura. Moreover, this person hadn't been with the high priest when she departed. How had she returned with an extra companion? The high priest pushed through the crowd, approaching Shen Mo and Fu Zu with a sigh.
You too, I failed to bring back the items. This beside me is the guard captain of the Qingxu tribe. The Qingxu tribe's high priest wishes to meet you both.
The burly guard captain stepped forward, saying coldly,
So you're the human saints who want the Saint Demon fruit and Saint Demon tree branch. Follow me, the high priest requests your presence.
Fu Zu's expression darkened. The Qingxu tribe was one of the 3 great tribes in the Demon Folk Valley. Its scale far surpassed the Qingxuan tribe. At this point, cooperation was their only option. Shen Mo, however, seemed unsurprised. He had foreseen this outcome. Though the Saint Demon tree had withered, it remained the spiritual symbol of the demon folk. Outsiders seeking Saint Demon fruit or branches would inevitably alarm these 3 great tribes. The Qingxuan tribe was already among the strongest mid-sized tribes. But obtaining Saint Demon fruit and branches silently was impossible. All of this was expected. Mo Minjiu suddenly flashed forward, blocking Shen Mo.
Guard Captain, Shen Mo and Ancestor Fu helped us repel the demon army and killed Ampliu. You cannot treat them this way. Minjiu is right. Shen Mo protected our Qingxuan tribe. They are our great benefactors.
Another demon folk shouted loudly. Within moments, dozens had stepped forward. The Qingxu guard captain scanned the crowd, snorting coldly.
Precisely because of their achievements, our high priest ordered me to treat you with courtesy.
He looked at Shen Mo and Fu Zu, repeating,
You too follow me.
Shen Mo nodded, waving to the Qingxuan tribe members.
Everyone farewell.
The Qingxuan high priest looked ashamed.
Minjiu, you go with these 2.
Mo Minjiu nodded and immediately followed. Outside the Qingxuan tribe, a massive magic serpent rested. It irritably groomed its whiskers. The guard captain patted its head, calming it slightly.
Get on. The distance to our Qingxu tribe is considerable. We must ride the magic serpent.
The guard captain pointed to the serpent's broad back. Shen Mo, Fu Zu, and Mo Minjiu all climbed aboard. Several days later, the magic serpent slowed its pace. Through the mist, the outline of a colossal city gradually emerged. As they drew nearer, the Qingxu tribe fully revealed itself before Shen Mo and the others. Mo Minjiu gasped in awe.
This is my first time in Qingxu City.
Shen Mo smiled.
You're a demon folk, yet this is your first visit.
Mo Minjiu smiled sheepishly.
The 3 great tribes aren't places we can visit freely.
The guard captain stated flatly.
She speaks truth. The Qingxu, Tianxi, and Jiyu tribes prohibit ordinary demon folk from approaching. We guard the Saint Demon tree. We've arrived, disembark.
He pointed toward the city gates ahead. Shen Mo leaped down from the magic serpent, gazing at the city before him. Qingxuan City. If one word could describe it, that word would be wild. Everything exuded roughness and primitiveness. No discernible architectural style existed. They used whatever materials were available. This perfectly embodied the character of the Qingbu demon clan. The Qingxu tribe, descendants of the Qingbu demon clan, naturally inherited these traits. Born warlike and fierce, they were also as irascible as the Qingbu demon clan. Yet compared to true Qingbu demon clan members, they were clearly more rational. After all, true Qingbu demon clan members might have muscles growing in their brains.
Saints remain few. Most demon folk are below the saint realm. Yet even a child possesses cultivation equivalent to a human's core formation realm. This bloodline is truly formidable.
Shen Mo marveled in astonishment. A human birth, if blessed with spiritual roots, must progress through qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, divine palace, dharma aspect, nirvana, and supreme realms, 9 stages in total before reaching the saint realm. But demon folk were born at the core formation realm, far surpassing humans. No wonder many demon folk, despite never having seen humans, inherently looked down upon them. Soon, Shen Mo's party arrived at the Great Hall. This hall was merely a pyramid constructed from massive square stones. It was consistent inside and out. Rough on the outside, rough on the inside. But the ground was relatively flat. Directly ahead stood a massive, blood-colored throne. It appeared forged from blood-colored crystals. Seated upon the throne was a demon folk of immense stature, resembling a small giant. Below the throne stood 2 rows of demon folk. All wore armor. Around their necks hung various shrunken heads. This was the custom of the Qingxu tribe. They delighted in slaying powerful warriors, shrinking their heads, and wearing them as ornaments. This applied even among their own kind. They believed that dying gloriously in battle allowed one's soul to return faster to the saint demon tree, achieving eternal life for the soul.
Humans have arrived. Is this the human who killed Ampeluo? He doesn't look formidable at all. Indeed, with those thin arms and legs, he'd lack even chewing texture. I refuse to believe he killed Ampeluo.
The generals whispered among themselves, their words dripping with disdain for Shen Mo. Though they spoke softly, to Shen Mo's ears, their voices were like thunder. The guard captain announced loudly,
"My king, I have brought these 2 back."
The Qingxu king nodded with a smile.
"Excellent, guard captain, go rest now. You too, this king heard you were the ones who killed Ampeluo and saved all of the Gangfeng tribe. Impressive, truly impressive. However, do you too not understand our demon folks' ways? Why incite the Gangfeng tribe's high priest to steal Saint Demon fruit and Saint Demon tree branches?"
Chapter 765, Strike Tonight and Take His Head. Chapter 765, Strike Tonight and Take His Head. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
"Do you know why the demon folk declined?"
The Qingxu king sneered.
"I understand this better than you. No need for your lectures."
Shen Mo nodded.
"If so, isn't it foolish for the demon folk to still treat the Saint Demon tree as their lifeline? Back then, the Saint Demon tree could shelter you all. Now it's withered and ancient, yet you still cling to this dying tree. If your kind doesn't decline, who should?"
These words were like a stone, causing 1,000 ripples. The Qingxu tribe generals in the hall flew into a rage. Some even raised axes, ready to physically confront Shen Mo. Mo Minjiu drew the bone spear from her back, glaring fiercely at these demon folk. But the Qingxu king laughed.
"Excellent, truly worthy of one who could slay Ampeluo. Your insight is equally piercing. Shen Mo, you've earned the respect of my Qingxu tribe. Someone offer them seats."
The Qingxu king's sudden shift from arrogance to respect left everyone stunned. Yet Shen Mo remained expressionless throughout. He knew this was merely a test of his attitude. Moments later, Shen Mo and Fu Zhu were seated in positions of honor. The Qingxu king smiled.
"When our Qingxu tribe soldiers were patrolling, they encountered 3 other visiting saints. 1 human saint and 2 demon-based saints. You too must know them."
Fu Zhu seemed surprised.
That should be Jin, Dragon Turtle, and Xiang Yuan.
The Qingxu king smiled.
Since they've come to the Qingxu tribe, they are our guests.
Meet them first and rest.
Someone show these two to their quarters.
Soon, Shen Mo and Fu Zhu were led to comfortable lodgings. Though the Qingxu tribe's architectural style was wild, the accommodations were reasonably comfortable. They weren't deliberately mistreated. That night, Shen Mo, Fu Zhu, and the others met with Jian's group. The five exchanged emotional greetings upon meeting. They had parted ways after entering the Demon Folk Valley, each seeking clues to the ancestral demon soil. Reuniting now naturally stirred deep emotions. Both sides recounted their experiences. But Shen Mo and Fu Zhu had faced the Gangfeng tribe, the demon army, and even slain Ampeluo. Their experiences were naturally far richer than Jian's group. Jian said gravely,
There's something I must tell you both. The Huiyan Demon Kingdom has also sent envoys to the Qingxu tribe, and reportedly to the Tianxi and Jiyu tribes as well.
The other two Dark Department demon lords of the Huiyan Demon Kingdom are in Tianxi and Jiyu. As for the one who came to the Qingxu tribe, it's a Filth Department demon lord.
Fu Zhu frowned.
What does this mean? After fighting the demon folk tribes for so many years, is the Huiyan Demon Kingdom now seeking peace?
Shen Mo said solemnly.
The Huiyan Demon Kingdom has always sought the secret to the demon folk's strength. They've long coveted the Saint Demon Tree.
Yet now they negotiate peace with the demon folk tribes. Clearly, they have other motives. Perhaps it's for...
Everyone understood instantly. The ancestral demon soil. Without greater interests at stake, why would the Huiyan Demon Kingdom abandon the Saint Demon Tree? Xiang Yuan said anxiously.
What should we do? If the Huiyan Demon Kingdom and the demon folk tribes complete their peace talks, we'll be trapped like turtles in a jar.
Shen Mo looked at Jian. Cold light flashed in both their eyes. Shen Mo suddenly asked,
Where is this Filth Department demon lord located?
Jian smiled slightly.
In a residence near ours, very close by.
Shen Mo declared immediately.
Strike tonight and take his head.
Within the bedchamber, behind gauzy curtains, the Qingxu king embraced two voluptuous demon women, yet his expression remained solemn and stern. For kneeling before him were two demon advisors, his tribe's strategists. The left demon was Mo Quanjing, the right Mo Quangfeng. Mo Quangfeng spoke gravely.
My king, though we share an unending blood feud with the Huiyan Demon Kingdom, their offer of peace talks presents a rare opportunity. I know your heart resists this negotiation, as do ours, but for the future, we must temporarily endure this humiliation. My king, order the swift execution of these visiting human and demon beast saints.
But Mo Quanjing immediately countered.
My king, our people have warred with the Huiyan Demon Kingdom for tens of millennia. Countless fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters have fallen to their hands.
If we embrace peace the moment they offer talks, many tribesmen will lose faith in you. My king, you recently ascended the throne with unstable foundations. You cannot make such a decision. Neither the Tianxi nor Jiyu tribes have sent word. We Qingxu must not be the first to yield. Moreover, we must not kill these foreign saints. Humans and demon beasts are forces we may leverage in future conflicts against Huiyan. Slaying them now forfeits any future aid from humans or demon beasts.
Mo Quangfeng and Mo Quanjing argued fiercely, each holding firm. The Qingxu king frowned in deep thought. After a long moment he waved his hand. The two demon women instantly withdrew. The king sighed heavily.
My decision is made. We shall temporarily negotiate peace with Huiyan.
Before he finished, footsteps suddenly echoed outside. A figure burst into the chamber, kneeling at the threshold and blurting.
Report, my king! Those human and demon beast saints have assassinated the Huiyan envoy.
At these words, the king and both advisors froze. What situation? The Huiyan Demon Kingdom had sent 6 demon saints this time, accompanied by numerous demon warriors. Among them was a Filth Department demon lord. A true power holder of the Huiyan Demon Kingdom. One standing at the very pinnacle of their strength pyramid. Yet these foreign saints numbered only 5. How could they possibly kill the Huiyan envoy? Mo Quangfeng roared.
My king, these foreign saints deliberately sabotage our relations with Huiyan. Seize them immediately and hand them over for punishment. Only then can peace talks continue.
Mo Quanjing stated gravely.
My king, this is an opportunity. Among these foreign saints must be formidable warriors.
If we ally with humans and demon beasts, why fear the Huiyan demon kingdom?
The Quangsu king deliberated briefly.
Go to the guest quarters at once.
Moments later, the entire palace blazed with light. The Quangsu king led his trusted generals to the guest lodgings. Upon arrival, he saw wreckage strewn across the ground. At the center stood Shen Mo and his companions, surrounded. Outside them stood masses of Huiyan demons. Beyond them, the Quangsu tribe's demon folk formed the outermost ring. A filth department demon supreme from Huiyan howled.
Quangsu king, you've finally come. These human and demon beast saints murdered our demon lord. They must die.
Chapter 766, Who Killed the Filth Department Demon Lord? Chapter 766, Who Killed the Filth Department Demon Lord? The Quangsu king stared at the remains on the ground, frowning deeply. It was hard to imagine a demon lord could be reduced to mere scraps. He clearly remembered this filth department demon lord possessed heaven-piercing saint realm strength. How could he now be slaughtered like a common beast? Before the filth department demons could speak again, Shen Mo said calmly.
Our human, demon beast, and dragon clans have allied with the demon folk. Naturally, we act in your best interests. The Huiyan demon kingdom harbors great ambitions concerning the demon folk's future. Our intervention is justified. Speaking of which, this filth department demon lord grew accustomed to luxury. Despite being a heaven-piercing saint, he was remarkably weak. It seems most of your Huiyan demon kingdom's strength lies with the dark department demons, doesn't it?
Shen Mo's words dripped with sarcasm. They struck directly at the filth department's sore point. The filth department in Huiyan was far smaller than the dark department. Moreover, dark department demons had to endure greater hardships and strive harder to advance. Many battles didn't require filth department participation. They were like hothouse flowers. Naturally, each generation grew weaker. Their combat strength declined sharply. Even demons from other nations like the Five Saints Demon Kingdom and Corpse Demon Kingdom often mocked them secretly. Hearing Shen Mo's words, the Quangsu king's eyes flashed with insight. He suddenly asked,
Who killed the filth department demon lord?
Shen Mo smiled.
I did.
The Quangsu king raised an eyebrow.
Shen Mo, you recently slew Dark Department's Ampeluo, and now the Filth Department Demon Lord. Are you truly only at the earth-piercing saint realm?
Shen Mo gave a meaningful smile.
Can't you tell, King? I haven't concealed my cultivation.
The Quangsu king sighed, about to speak. The Filth Department demons shouted again.
Quangsu King, please execute these human and demon beast saints to avenge our demon lord. Quangsu King, we Huiyan Demon Kingdom came specifically for peace talks with your tribe. This is your golden opportunity. Quangsu King, kill these humans and demon beasts or we cannot continue negotiations.
Mo Quangfeng also said gravely.
My king, give the order.
The Quangsu king glanced around, seeing only the arrogant faces of the Huiyan Filth Department demons. Even a lowly demon supreme dared speak such words, disrespecting the ruler of a great tribe. The Quangsu king suddenly laughed loudly.
Transmit my order, seize all Filth Department demons. Escort these foreign saints to my palace.
Mo Quanjing said respectfully.
Wise decision, my king.
At the Quangsu king's command, all Filth Department demons were thrown into the tribe's water prison. They couldn't comprehend it. They had traveled thousands of miles for peace talks, condescending to grant the demon folk face. Not only did the other side refuse negotiations, they attacked them. This was simply unthinkable. Inside the Great Hall, the Quangsu king met with Shen Mo, Fu Zhu, and the others again. But this time, they were treated with utmost courtesy and respect. Shen Mo, Fu Zhu, and the others were seated in positions of honor. The Qingxuan king said solemnly,
The demon folk have warred with the Huyan demon kingdom for millennia. We will never surrender. But our strength alone is insufficient to resist Huyan. This king wishes to ally with the human, demon beast, and dragon clans to fight the demons together.
Shen Mo raised his wine cup, smiling slightly.
As you wish.
The group conversed at length. Finally, the Qingxuan king came to the point.
What brings you to the Demon Folk Valley? The Demon Folk Valley lies at the universe's edge. Without the Huyan demon kingdom nearby, we could remain distant from conflicts.
Shen Mo presented his prepared explanation.
We seek the lost treasure of the great wilderness venerable.
The Qingxuan king nodded slightly.
I have heard of the human great wilderness venerable's reputation.
They say he roamed the myriad realms, seeking a method to annihilate the demon race completely.
He sighed with emotion.
Human, demon beast, and dragon saints all strive for their race's destinies after achieving sainthood, facing death fearlessly. Yet we demon folk remain complacent in our corner, oppressed by the weakest of the three demon nations, the Huyan demon kingdom. Truly laughable.
Mo Quanjing said gravely.
My king need not belittle ourselves. United, the demons are no threat.
Shen Mo cast an appreciative glance at Mo Quanjing, smiling.
To find the great wilderness venerable's treasure, we require a saint demon fruit and a saint demon tree branch. We hope the Qingxuan king will grant this.
The Qingxuan king nodded.
That is possible. The saint demon tree has long withered, serving no practical purpose.
But
Our tribe alone cannot decide.
Shen Mo nodded in understanding.
then we trouble the Qingxuan king to consult the other two tribes.
We can wait.
Additionally, with dark departments Ampeluo and this filth department demon lord slain, the Huyan demon kingdom will likely mobilize against the Demon Folk Valley.
The Qingxuan king should prepare early.
The Qingxuan king nodded.
Naturally, no need for Shen Mo to remind me. I have already ordered military preparations. These Huyan dogs, this time we settle matters decisively.
Several days later, new information arrived. The Jiu and Tianxi tribes' leadership decided to make peace with the Huyan demon kingdom, granting them access to the Saint Demon Tree. News spread, causing uproar among the demon folk, especially in the Qingxuan tribe, where emotions ran high. Before the Qingxuan king could send envoys to question Jiu and Tianxi, more news arrived. The Jiu-Tianxi coalition army had already reached Qingxu city's gates. Learning of the Qingxu tribe's alliance with humans and the slaying of a Huyan demon lord, they attacked immediately. Battle was imminent. The Qingxu king donned his armor, expression solemn.
Shen Mo, I intended to consult Jiu and Tianxi before deciding whether to grant your request. Now it seems unnecessary. Jiu and Tianxi are demon folk traitors. They are unworthy of the Saint Demon Tree's glory.
The Qingxu king announced loudly.
Guard captain, escort Shen Mo and the others to the Saint Demon Tree.
The burly guard captain strode out with the magic serpent. He bowed respectfully to Shen Mo.
Everyone, please follow me.
Shen Mo's group of 5 boarded the magic serpent. The serpent lashed its tail, speeding toward the southern depths of Qingxu City. Qingxu, Tianxi, and Jigu cities formed a triangle. At its center stood the Saint Demon Tree. Rumbled. Explosions erupted behind them. Clearly, the 3 tribes had clashed. Xiang Yuan frowned deeply.
Can the Qingxu tribe withstand Jiu and Tianxi?
The guard captain replied calmly.
We Qingxu tribe carries Qingbu demon clan blood-born for battle. Please do not doubt our resolve, beast saint.
Xiang Yuan nodded ashamedly.
My apologies.
The guard captain stated gravely.
The Saint Demon Tree lies ahead. Jiu or Tianxi guards may be present. Prepare yourselves, we will force our way through.
Chapter 767, What will Shen Mo do next? Chapter 767, What will Shen Mo do next? Shen Mo and his party advanced further. Suddenly, with one step forward, he felt as if he had entered an entirely new realm. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. In the distance, he spotted a colossal tree connecting heaven and earth. The tree stood withered and twisted, its leaves fallen, its canopy sparse, yet traces of its past glory remained faintly visible. This was the sacred demon tree, the foundation of the Demonkin. The Demonkin rose to power because of it, and their downfall also stemmed from it. Jiu Yin remarked,
There appears to be an anomalous space surrounding the sacred demon tree. One cannot perceive its existence unless standing outside this space.
Only by personally entering this space can one see and touch it.
The Blood Frenzy tribe's guard captain added flatly.
Precisely, this is the sacred demon tree's peculiarity.
Though it bears fruit exceedingly rarely now, this miraculous trait endures. This is why we still revere it as our sacred tree.
One day, it shall surely regain its former splendor.
Shen Mo's group continued onward. A checkpoint soon came into view. Clashing sounds echoed from within. The guard captain's expression shifted slightly.
This checkpoint should have been guarded by my Blood Frenzy tribe. Now that sounds of battle arise, the Celestial Corpse and Netherdyme tribes must have launched an assault.
Without hesitation, he spurred his demonic flooddragon forward, charging ahead. As the group drew closer, they confirmed the checkpoint was enshrouded in swirling demonic clouds, accompanied by deafening battle cries. The forces of Celestial Corpse and Netherdyme came fiercely, catching the Blood Frenzy tribe's stationed troops off guard. The sudden arrival of Shen Mo's party stunned the two Demonkin tribes as well.
Foreign sages from the human and demon clans. They are the ones who slew the Dark Mist Kingdom's demon lord. The Great King has already issued a bounty. Anyone who kills these foreign sages will be groomed as the next demon lord. Kill them all.
Laughing savagely, the Demonkin of Celestial Corpse and Netherdyme rushed toward them. Shen Mo glanced at the onslaught and shook his head slightly. These Demonkin were too bloodthirsty. Relying on 4 leading sages at the 7th layer of the transcending Earth realm, they dared to charge his group. What they failed to realize was that Shen Mo had personally slain a demonic sage of the unrestrained heaven realm, the Dark Mist Kingdom's renowned Black Division chief, Dark Baluo, famed for his ferocity in battle. The battle was one-sided from the start. Within moments, the Demonkin dispatched to attack the checkpoint lay dead in pools of blood. Even the guard captain marveled at Shen Mo's prowess. He had not witnessed Shen Mo's killings of Dark Baluo or the Defiled Division's demon lord. Yet now, he saw Shen Mo engage 2 7th-layer transcending Earth realm sages with effortless ease. Mo Minju also watched, her eyes gleaming with admiration.
My thanks, Sage Mo, and to all of you,
Said the guard captain solemnly.
Let us press onward.
Shen Mo waved a dismissive hand. Having slain these Demonkin, the path ahead lay clear, unobstructed. Soon, Shen Mo's group arrived at the foot of the sacred demon tree. Only now did he realize he had still underestimated the tree. It was so vast that 100 men could not encircle its trunk, forming a colossal wall. It was so tall that no one could see its peak, no matter how high they craned their necks.
Every few decades, the sacred demon tree sheds its fruit and branches naturally.
Explained the guard captain.
The tree's guardians stationed here gather them. When they rot, they become nourishment for the sacred demon tree, perpetuating the cycle.
The captain added.
Presently, there are withered sacred demon fruits and branches lying beneath the tree.
With that, he retrieved both items for Shen Mo. Looking at Shen Mo, he asked.
Sage Mo, what will you do next?
Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin also turned their gazes to him. All of them wondered what use he had for these 2 objects. Shen Mo beckoned with his hand. Mo Minjiu stepped briskly to his side, whispering.
Sage Mo, what do you need me to do?
Shen Mo smiled.
Cut open your arm. I require some of your blood. Your blood is special. It can awaken the latent power within the sacred demon tree branch.
Mo Minjiu gaped at him. The others either contemplated his words or shook their heads in disbelief. Mo Minjiu appeared no different from any ordinary Demonkin. Her lineage was far inferior to the royal bloodlines of the Blood Frenzy, Celestial Corpse, or Netherdyme tribes. Yet despite their thoughts, the guard captain and the others kept silent. After all they had witnessed, only deep admiration for Shen Mo remained. Sage Mo must have his reasons, they silently affirmed. No one questioned his actions. Mo Minjiu hesitated only a moment before drawing a slender bone dagger from her narrow waist and lightly slashing her arm. Crimson blood dripped steadily onto the withered sacred demon tree branch. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops.
Not enough, I can't see the tree's core.
Shen Mo shook his head and struck again. Wood shavings flew, the ground quaking. The Demonkin guard captain and his kin suffered silently, their hearts bleeding. After a long while, Shen Mo abruptly ceased. A blood-red radiance now pulsed from within. This was the sacred demon tree's core. Shen Mo took the newly grown branch and thrust it directly into the core.
To rebuild, one must first break. What you have worshipped is nothing but a corpse. Transform it into nourishment, and a new sacred demon tree shall rise.
Chapter 768, Is She Not the Prophesied Saintess? Chapter 768, Is She Not the Prophesied Saintess? At these words the guard captain and the other Demonkin stared, stunned. Was there truly such a doctrine? Why had they never heard of it? One Demonkin suddenly spoke up.
Now that you mention it, someone once proposed that old trees must fall for new branches to grow, but he was reported and swiftly executed.
The others nearby nodded in agreement.
Indeed, such a thing did happen.
The guard captain sighed deeply.
A true say.
Xiang Yuan suddenly pointed at the sacred demon tree, exclaiming.
Look, something's happening.
All turned their gazes toward the tree. Cracking sounds emerged from within. Its bark rapidly turned translucent. Moments later, the towering sacred demon tree had withered to a thin, papery husk. Then, a fierce gust of wind scattered its remnants into countless fragments, carried away by the storm. Beneath the ancient tree now stood a new one crimson as blood. It was tender, fragile even, yet pulsed with vibrant life. Suddenly, the Demonkin sensed an invisible force surge into their bodies. One cried out.
My!
Another gasped.
Mine too, I've reached 7th tier Demon Supreme.
Even the guard captain lowered his head, examining his hands and limbs. He could feel his blood boiling, his muscles roaring.
Yes, this is it, this is the feeling.
He threw his head back and laughed. His cultivation surged without pause from the 9th layer of the transcending earth realm straight to the 1st layer of the unrestrained heaven realm. Every Demonkin present experienced growth, though the extent varied. Their gains clearly correlated with the purity of their bloodlines. Mo Minjiu suddenly yelped.
Sage Mo, my body.
Shen Mo turned. Mo Minjiu's aura had already soared effortlessly into the 2nd layer of the unrestrained heaven realm. Even the bone spear she carried now bore traces of ancient power. It had become a Dao Sage artifact. The guard captain fixed his gaze upon her, then dropped to one knee.
Hail, Saintess!
The other Demonkin gaped in shock. Ever since the sacred demon tree withered and the Demonkin declined, a prophecy had endured. One day, a saintess would appear and restore their people's lost glory. Yet generations passed, searching in vain. Many had long abandoned hope. Now, against all expectations, she stood before them, in their very midst. The other Demonkin gaped in shock. Ever since the sacred demon tree withered and the Demonkin declined, a prophecy had endured. One day, a saintess would appear and restore their people's lost glory. Yet generations passed, searching in vain. Many had long abandoned hope. Now, against all expectations, she stood before them, in their very midst. Yes, is she not the prophesied saintess? Indeed, the one foretold to return our clan to its peak. Hail, saintess! Every Demonkin fell to one knee in unison. Mo Minjiu froze, flustered, and instinctively looked to Shen Mo for guidance. He merely smiled.
This is your destiny. You are the saintess ordained by fate.
Taking a deep breath, Mo Minjiu steadied herself, then hurriedly raised the guard captain.
Please rise. There's no need for such formalities.
Just then, a Demonkin blurted out.
If we've grown stronger, then what of our great kings?
The guard captain stared toward the battlefield.
I see a tower great king has reached the unrestrained heaven realm. But neither the Netherdime nor Celestial Corpse tribes have advanced a single soul.
The Netherdime and Celestial Corpse forsook the sacred demon tree. Thus, the newborn tree forsakes them in return. He turned to Shen Mo. With a sweeping gesture, Shen Mo declared,
To the battlefield!
On the battlefield, the blood-frenzied tribe's warriors found themselves encircled and overwhelmed. Fierce soldiers and generals from the Netherdime and Celestial Corpse tribes surged forth like tidal waves, relentlessly slaughtering the blood-frenzy forces until they could scarcely retaliate. Even 6 of the blood-frenzy king's own sons had fallen in combat, a testament to the battle's brutality. Yet the king remained atop his high platform, twin swords in hand, coldly surveying the front lines. A recent, ferocious assault by the Netherdime tribe had nearly breached his position, advancing within 10 paces of where he stood. Before him lay the corpses of countless blood-frenzy warriors, all who had given their lives shielding him. For their sake, retreat was unthinkable. He was the king of the blood-frenzy tribe. Should even he withdraw, defeat would be inevitable.
Why persist?
A mocking laugh echoed from afar the heart of the Netherdime formation. The voice belonged to the Netherdime king.
You know well we Demonkin are kin to the demon race. To the myriad clans of the cosmos, we are but hounds and swine. To ally with such creatures, you shame all demonkind.
The Celestial Corpse king's rasping voice followed.
Surrender now, blood-frenzy king. Your tribe's warriors possess formidable physiques. I shall relish repurposing them. Every corpse will be reforged into a puppet, each put to perfect use. As for you, I shall preserve your body as a trophy. Your fate will teach my heirs this lesson. Demonkin who betray the demon race meet death. Such is the blood-frenzy tribe's destiny.
His words washed over the battlefield like an icy torrent. The blood-frenzy king drew a steadying breath but remained silent. He had never believed Demonkin to be kin of the demon race, not in the past nor now. If Demonkin truly belonged to that lineage, why would the Dark Mist Kingdom ceaselessly seek their extermination? In contrast, the human, demon, and dragon clans of the myriad races felt far more worthy of alliance, especially after witnessing the rise of the new sage among humanity. Once that prodigy reached maturity, the demon race would surely fall. Why cling to a sinking vessel? Even should he fall today, his path remained righteous, his convictions unshaken.
Come then, I fear nothing.
The king sneered, his gaze fixed on a contingent of Celestial Corpse warriors charging toward him. In that very moment, an inexplicable force surged within every blood-frenzy Demonkin. Like parched earth receiving life-giving rain, their auras swelled and erupted at breakneck speed. Demon Supremes ascended to Demon Emperors. Demon Emperors to Greater Demon Emperors. Greater Demon Emperors to Demon Supremes. Demon Supremes to Demon Sages. The blood-frenzy king himself, already a sage of the unrestrained heaven realm, had long been outmatched in cultivation by the Netherdime and Celestial Corpse kings due to his youth. Now, bolstered by this mysterious energy, his realm catapulted to the 4th layer of the unrestrained heaven realm.
To rebuild, one must first break.
Eyes closed, the king savored the influx with rapturous delight.
Ha, warriors of the blood-frenzy tribe, follow me into battle.
Chapter 769. She is the saintess prophesied to restore our Demonkin glory. Chapter 769. She is the saintess prophesied to restore our Demonkin glory. In the distance, the radiance of the sacred demon tree spanned heaven and earth. Qingxuan from afar witnessed this spectacle. A wise ruler, he immediately grasped what had transpired. With a thunderous roar, he addressed his warriors.
Courageous souls of the blood-frenzy tribe, the sacred demon tree has been reborn from its cocoon, our bloodline has been revitalized. The Netherdime and Celestial Corpse tribes defied the sacred order and spurned the sacred demon tree. Their bloodlines shall wither forever. Charge, avenge our fallen heroes.
Leading the vanguard, Qingxuan became a spear piercing through enemy lines, unstoppable for even a moment. His voice reverberated across the battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of Netherdyme and Celestial Corpse warriors, their ears ringing, their spirits shaken. Even the Netherdyme King and Celestial Corpse King recoiled in alarm, retreating step by step. Seeing their kings retreat, their soldiers followed suit, though many remained unaware of the cause. This led to chaos, with troops trampling one another. Cries of agony filled the air, yet only a third of the casualties were inflicted by the Blood Frenzy tribe. The rest perished in the stampede. The Netherdyme King took a deep breath and bellowed.
Warriors of the Netherdyme tribe, stand firm. This is a deceitful ploy by the Blood Frenzy tribe. They are few, we are many. Victory is ours.
The Celestial Corpse King added harshly.
Warriors of the Celestial Corpse tribe, retreat is forbidden. Defectors will be executed.
Only then did the Demonkin halt their retreat. The remaining warriors of the Blood Frenzy tribe, like frenzied bulls, now collided with an immovable iron wall.
We are still too few.
Qingxuan sighed, surveying the dense enemy ranks. Too many of his warriors had fallen in earlier battles, leaving their revitalized bloodline insufficient to sustain the momentum. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar.
We have arrived.
Qingxuan turned to see Shen Mo, Fu Zhu, and the others rushing to reinforce them. His guard captain had even advanced to the unrestrained heaven realm. The guard captain shouted,
Great King, the sacred demon tree has regrown. Our bloodlines are renewed. I knew our decision was correct.
Qingxuan wept with joy. Even in the thick of battle, a sliver of doubt had lingered had he erred in allying with humans, demons, and dragons. Now the guard captain's words confirmed, the alliance was right.
Momonju is the saintess. Her blood revived the sacred demon tree.
She is the saintess prophesied to restore our Demonkin glory.
The guard captain's proclamation swept across the battlefield, reaching every Demonkin's ears. Netherdyme and Celestial Corpse warriors exchanged uneasy glances. Had the sacred demon tree truly returned? Was she truly the saintess? The Blood Frenzy tribe enjoyed the sacred demon tree's blessing, while they did not. All they could see was the distant, heaven-reaching radiance and the Blood Frenzy tribe's ferocious might. Qingxuan roared.
Kill, slay these traitors. Kill!
The Blood Frenzy tribe's morale surged as they charged. Shen Mo, Fu Zhu, Jiu Yin, and the others joined the fray, tipping the balance of power. Within an hour, the Netherdyme and Celestial Corpse tribes fled in disarray. Qingxuan watched Shen Mo approach, then suddenly leapt from his war chariot and bowed deeply toward him. Shen Mo hurriedly helped him rise.
Great King, this is unnecessary.
Yet Qingxuan remained bent at the waist. He spoke gravely.
Without your aid in reviving the sacred demon tree, defeat would have been certain. This debt is heavier than mountains, deeper than oceans. We shall remember it for eternity.
Behind him, the warriors of the Blood Frenzy tribe echoed in thunderous unison.
Eternally remembered.
Their voices rumbled like thunder, resonating long after. Qingxuan added,
Allying with you all was the decision I have never regretted.
With that, he bowed once more. His warriors knelt on one knee in response. Qingxuan declared solemnly,
Should you ever move against the demon race, the Blood Frenzy tribe will answer your call without hesitation. Agreed.
Shen Mo affirmed with a firm nod. He had chosen to ally with the Blood Frenzy tribe precisely because of Qingxuan's integrity and gratitude. The kings of Netherdyme and Celestial Corpse, by contrast, were mere insects and pawns. Seduced by trifling favors from the Dark Mist Kingdom, they groveled before them. Devoid of true Demonkin spirit. Politely they were Demonkin, less politely spineless traitors. Shen Mo drew Qingxuan aside and whispered,
We must depart soon, but before leaving, we require one more thing from the newborn sacred demon tree. Sage Mo, state your need.
Qingxuan nodded. Shen Mo lowered his voice.
A segment of its core.
The sacred demon fruit and branches he mentioned earlier paled in comparison. Only the core could reveal the true location of the primordial demon soil. After all, the sacred demon tree had been planted by the prime demon himself. All of this Shen Mo had already discerned through his life interface.
The core.
Qingxuan expression shifted. He wrestled with his thoughts for a long moment, his face torn. Shen Mo reassured him with a smile.
Fear not, removing the core will not harm the tree. It is still young and will regrow swiftly. I will return Mo Minjiu in due time. With our saintess beside it, the tree will recover all the faster.
Qingxuan hesitated, then finally agreed. Reviving the tree had been miraculous enough. The Demonkin could not bear another setback.
Very well, I consent.
Qingxuan nodded. Before long, Shen Mo extracted a segment of the core, and the group departed swiftly. Qingxuan and his people watched them leave, their gazes lingering until the travelers vanished from sight.
Your Majesty, what are your orders now?
The guard captain inquired gravely. Qingxuan pointed toward the cities of Netherdime and Celestial Corpse, his voice cold.
The Netherdime and Celestial Corpse tribes scorned the prime demon and spurned the sacred tree. Their bloodlines have withered. By my command, raise Netherdime City and Celestial Corpse City to the ground. Spare no man taller than a war chariot's wheel. Yes!
The warriors of the Blood Frenzy tribe roared toward the heavens and charged forth. Meanwhile, Shen Mo's group arrived at an unremarkable spot within the Demonkin Valley. Zhu Yin scanned the surroundings, puzzled.
Why come here? It seems utterly barren.
Fu Zhu harbored doubts but remained silent. The others shared their confusion. Shen Mo gestured toward the ground ahead.
The trail to the primordial demon soil lies here.
His words struck them like a bolt of lightning.
What?
Chapter 770. The Prime Demon's Finger Bone is about to emerge. Chapter 770. The Prime Demon's Finger Bone is about to emerge. The group gathered around the unremarkable patch of earth, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet none could discern its secrets. Could this barren wasteland truly hold clues to the primordial demon soil? Shen Mo offered no explanation. Instead, he retrieved several arrays, distributing them to Fu Zhu and Zhu Yin.
Do you both still possess arrays?
He inquired. Fu Zhu, puzzled, nodded.
Naturally.
Zhu Yin observed the arrays Shen Mo provided and suddenly asked.
Are we to seal something? Exactly.
Shen Mo confirmed. Zhu Yin then produced an array disc and flags.
I have a sealing array, one from Fu Zhu in a wager long ago.
Fu Zhu shot him an exasperated glance.
That wager ended in a draw, yet you insist you won. Time and again you've spun the tale to your favor, but to recount it before these juniors, is this not deliberate? Are you not seeking to prejudice them into thinking you outmatch me?
Zhu Yin shrugged, unapologetic. Shen Mo merely smiled faintly. Soon the arrays were deployed. Zhu Yin stated calmly.
With arrays of this strength, even a sage of the unrestrained heaven realm would be confined.
Unless their energy is exhausted, nothing within shall escape.
The others nodded in agreement, though confusion lingered. What then did Shen Mo intend? Would some terror emerge from the earth? Fu Zhu transmitted his voice to Zhu Yin.
I scanned with my divine, sense nothing lies beneath.
Zhu Yin stood with hands clasped behind his back.
Your failure speaks for itself.
Fu Zhu frowned.
You sense something.
Zhu Yin's expression remained impassive.
I did not.
Fu Zhu fumed.
You!
At that moment, with the arrays secured, Shen Mo retrieved the core of the sacred demon tree and summoned Mo Minjiu. Understanding his intent, she sliced her palm and dripped blood onto the core. Shen Mo immediately drove it into the ground. Within moments, the core sprouted roots that burrowed deep into the earth. Instantly, a rift appeared before them. Ethereal, elusive, as though unbound by their realm. A bone-chilling demonic aura seeped forth, tendrils of darkness probing the surroundings like living shadows. Fu Zhu and Zhu Yin furrowed their brows, sensing immense peril. Something ancient stirred within, on the verge of awakening. Shen Mo's voice cut through the tension.
The prime demon's finger bone is about to emerge. All of you seal it together.
Only upon hearing these words did enlightenment strike. The prime demon's finger bone. The very relic the three great demon kingdoms had sought for millennia. The prime demon, the first demon born of creation. The three great demon kingdoms and countless tribes traced their lineage to him. Yet the prime demon possessed no wisdom, only primal instinct, a manifestation of the demon path itself. After begetting the demon race, the prime demon vanished alongside the primordial demon soil. His finger bone was the sole remnant of his existence. Legends spoke of ancient sages from the same era who had sacrificed their lives to unleash a cataclysmic strike, one that severed but a single finger bone. Many demons believed that possessing the bone might lead them back to the prime demon and the primordial demon soil. But the bone's whereabouts remained a mystery, lost to time. Shen Mo claimed it lay within this rift. If true, they could locate the primordial demon soil before the demon race and eradicate it once and for all. Fu Zhu, Jiu Yin, Xiang Yuan, and the dragon turtle immediately assumed battle stances, summoning their most potent artifacts and techniques. Mo Minjiu likewise unsheathed her bone spear, her gaze fixed upon the ethereal rift. In that instant, a skeletal silhouette erupted from the fissure, lunging toward the group. Boom! The specter collided violently with the sealing array, unleashing a deafening roar. It hurled itself repeatedly against the barrier, yet failed to breach its confines. Layer upon layer of enchantments nested arrays, interlocking formations, and superimposed wards held firm. As Jiu Yin had declared, even an unrestrained heaven realm sage would be effortlessly confined here. Only now did the entity reveal its form, a towering skeleton bone, over a man's height, yet unmistakably a finger bone, impossibly colossal. Its surface bore vestigial facial features, twisted in a silent snarl. Within the array, it thrashed and shrieked like a maddened beast.
Is this the prime demon's finger bone? How enormous!
Xiang Yuan gasped in terror. The dragon turtle mused.
Legends claimed the prime demon's form was gargantuan. I dismissed them as myth. Now I see the truth.
Fu Zhu added grimly.
None of us have ever beheld the prime demon, only heard tales of his mountain-like stature.
Jiu Yin's expression darkened.
Most alarming is that even this fragment has developed sentient features.
As they spoke, the finger bone ceased its assault, scanning each of them intently before fixing its hollow gaze upon Shen Mo. After a pause, it spoke.
You!
Its voice was halting at first, but by the sentence's end, it flowed with unnerving fluency. The group froze in dread. Had it learned their language merely by observing them? Such rapid cognition was horrifying. The finger bone turned to Shen Mo. Only upon hearing these words did enlightenment strike. The prime demon's finger bone. The very relic the three great demon kingdoms had sought for millennia. The prime demon, the first demon born of creation. The three great demon kingdoms and countless tribes traced their lineage to him. Yet the prime demon possessed no wisdom, only primal instinct, a manifestation of the demon path itself. After begetting the demon race, the prime demon vanished alongside the primordial demon soil. His finger bone was the sole remnant of his existence. Legends spoke of ancient sages from the same era who had sacrificed their lives to unleash a cataclysmic strike, one that severed but a single finger bone. Many demons believed that possessing the bone might lead them back to the prime demon and the primordial demon soil. But the bone's whereabouts remained a mystery, lost to time. Shen Mo claimed it lay within this rift. If true, they could locate the primordial demon soil before the demon race and eradicate it once and for all. Fu Zhu, Jiu Yin, Xiang Yuan, and the dragon turtle immediately assumed battle stances, summoning their most potent artifacts and techniques. Mo Minjiu likewise unsheathed her bone spear, her gaze fixed upon the ethereal rift. In that instant, a skeletal silhouette erupted from the fissure, lunging toward the group. Boom! The specter collided violently with the sealing array, unleashing a deafening roar. It hurled itself repeatedly against the barrier, yet failed to breach its confines. Layer upon layer of enchantments nested arrays, interlocking formations, and superimposed wards held firm. As Jiu Yin had declared, even an unrestrained heaven realm sage would be effortlessly confined here. Only now did the entity reveal its form, a towering skeleton bone, over a man's height yet unmistakably a finger bone, impossibly colossal. Its surface bore vestigial facial features, twisted in a silent snarl. Within the array, it thrashed and shrieked like a maddened beast. Is this the prime demon's finger bone? How enormous! Xiang Yuan gasped in terror. The dragon turtle mused. Legends claim the prime demon's form was gargantuan. I dismissed them as myth. Now I see the truth. Fu Zhu added grimly, none of us have ever beheld the prime demon, only heard tales of his mountain-like stature. Jiu Yin's expression darkened. Most alarming is that even this fragment has developed sentient features. As they spoke, the finger bone ceased its assault, scanning each of them intently before fixing its hollow gaze upon Shen Mo. After a pause, it spoke.
You? Agreed.
They responded in unison, unleashing their artifacts. Though formidable, the finger bone was immobilized by the sealing array, leaving it vulnerable. Overwhelmed by the combined assault of multiple sages, it could only endure. Soon it grew docile, ceasing its struggles, yet its bone structure remained unscathed, a testament to its Nyan vulnerability.
The bone possesses an instinct to reunite with its source.
Shen Mo explained.
Use it as a compass, and we will locate the primordial demon soil.
Xiang Yuan frowned.
But how do we transport it? It's sentient, it won't fit in a storage pouch.
Fu Zhu produced a treasure sack.
I have an artifact capable of containing it.
With a gesture, he shrank the finger bone and sealed it within.
Proceed.
Chapter 771, The ancestral demon soil lies before us. We need every possible aid. Chapter 771, The ancestral demon soil lies before us. We need every possible aid. Shen Mo and his companions boarded the shattered star and departed from Demon Valley. At that very moment, the blood-mad king, locked in fierce battle with the 9 Nether tribe and the Heavenly Corpse tribe, felt a stir in his heart. He raised his head and gazed toward the heavens.
They've gone.
The blood-mad king smiled faintly. After all, Shen Mo had helped them find their saintess and had allowed the sacred demon tree to shatter and then be reborn. Such a great favor was nothing short of a second creation for the demon race. Mo Minju also watched Shen Mo and the others leave, letting out a soft sigh. Though their time together was brief, Shen Mo's figure had already taken root deep in her heart.
Someday, the holy sage may need me. I must become stronger.
Her gaze grew firm. Carrying her bone spear, she rushed straight to the battlefield where the blood-mad tribe fought the 9 Nether and Heavenly Corpse tribes. Following the pull of the ancestral demon finger bone returning to its body, Shen Mo and his group journeyed through the boundless universe. Time flew swiftly. They passed through one small world after another. They encountered wave after wave of demon armies. Shen Mo's strength surged yet again during this long journey. Now he had reached the 9th level of the earth-penetrating Saint Realm. He was only one step away from the heaven-reaching Saint Realm. Moreover, his Tao of the Void, Tao of Strength, and Tao of Fire had all made tremendous progress. The Tao of the Void had reached the 9th level, while the Tao of Strength and the Tao of Fire had both reached the 8th. His understanding of these 3 Taos had already surpassed most earth-penetrating saints. On this long journey, Shen Mo had also gained insights into 4 other elemental Taos: the Tao of Metal, the Tao of Wood, the Tao of Earth, and the Tao of Water. But with limited time, his comprehension of these 4 was still shallow. In comparison, Xiang Yuan's growth appeared much less impressive. Though he had also stepped into the Saint Realm, he was now only at the 3rd level of the earth-penetrating Saint Realm. He was utterly incomparable to Shen Mo. Yet Xiang Yuan felt no jealousy. After all they had endured in Demon Valley, he fully understood the vast gap between himself and Shen Mo. Even Fuzu Jian had once sought to take Shen Mo as his disciple. At this time, Fuzu suddenly said,
The ancestral demon finger bone's instinct to return to its body grows ever stronger.
Dragon Tortoise's face lit up with joy.
That must mean we are nearing the ancestral demon soil.
Jian's furrowed brows also relaxed. They had roamed the star seas for so long that even the greatest would feel weary. Now at last they were close to their destination.
What will it be?
Fuzu and Jihin both wondered aloud. The shattered star continued its mad flight across the starry sea, its speed terrifying. At last they stopped before a vast world. Fuzu and Jihin gazed at the fields shrouded in golden light ahead, strange expressions on their faces.
This world.
Dragon Tortoise and Xiang Yuan both turned to Shen Mo. Shen Mo sighed softly.
How could it not be familiar? This is the world of Guju. It is the land where the Flame Emperor, the Martial Ancestor, and the Great Desolate Venerate rose to prominence.
Fuzu's face showed his astonishment.
Guju world. I thought it had been lost in the chaotic void currents, yet it has reappeared.
Jihin's brows knitted deeply.
Shen Mo, you too hail from Guju world.
Shen Mo gave a small nod.
It now seems the ancestral demon soil is hidden within Guju.
His voice grew solemn.
Everyone, send word to the other heaven-reaching saints. The ancestral demon soil lies before us. We need every possible aid.
Outside Guju world, Fuzu and Jihin studied the formation before them and nodded slightly. Fuzu said in a deep voice,
It's about ready. This array is strong enough to send the message out.
Xiang Yuan asked.
Will the demons intercept it?
Jihin shook his head.
No, he spent years on this method. If demons could intercept it, he might as well smash his head on tofu and be done with it.
Fuzu rolled his eyes. Moments later, the news that the ancestral demon soil was located within Guju was sent forth. These messages were formless and invisible, like unseen carrier pigeons scattering to the four directions. Any human saint realm who held loyalty to the human race would receive it. After finishing, the group immediately entered Guju world. Guided by the ancestral demon finger bone, they began searching for the exact location of the ancestral demon soil. A day later, they stopped above a vast black sea. Around the sea stood 10 tall fortresses. At first glance, it looked as though they encircled the waters.
The demon-suppressing sea.
Shen Mo murmured softly.
You've been here before.
Fuzu asked. Jihin said instead.
There is demonic aura lingering here. I suspect these fortresses were built to suppress them.
Shen Mo nodded.
Senior Jihin is correct. This place is called the demon-suppressing sea. Back when I was still a disciple of the Divine Palace, I once served as a guard here. Later, when I wiped out the demons here completely, I was swept into a space rift and accidentally arrived in the holy profound world. I never imagined the ancestral demon soil would be here.
Fuzu and Jihin exchanged glances, seeing the same surprise in each other's eyes. They had not expected such a deep connection between this place and Shen Mo. Fuzu offered comfort.
Countless saints searched for hundreds of thousands of years without finding the ancestral demon soil. With your cultivation back then, it was only natural you could not detect it.
Jihin swept his gaze across the area.
There are still cultivators stationed here, likely to prevent the demons from rising again. But their presence here is useless now. Shen Mo, our words won't carry the same weight as yours. You tell them to leave.
Shen Mo drew a long breath and nodded knowingly. With a flash, he appeared above the demon-suppressing sea. His spiritual power surged forth, instantly condensing into a giant figure. The figure bore his own likeness, lifelike in every detail. The patrolling cultivators within the fortresses suddenly saw this sight, their faces full of shock. Someone recognized him at once and shouted loudly.
The Holy General, it's the Holy General. By the heavens, it's really the Holy General Shen, exactly like his portrait.
The cultivators all knelt, reverence filling their hearts. Among the demon-suppressing fortress, there were only two ranks, Earth General and Heaven General. As for the title of Holy General, it had been created for Shen Mo alone to honor the immortal achievements he made here, praised for all generations. Shen Mo spread his divine sense across the crowd. Soon, he found several familiar faces.
I have returned from the holy profound world.
He pointed lightly from midair, a ray of light landing upon a young man.
Young friend, tell me, what is your name?
The youth's face bore some resemblance to an old acquaintance. The young man said excitedly,
Reporting to the Holy General, I am Zhang Li. My father was Zhang Beisheng. Before his death, he often said that serving alongside the Holy General was the proudest time of his life.
Chapter 772. Such a dangerous place must be opened by the strongest. Chapter 772. Such a dangerous place must be opened by the strongest. Shen Mo gave a slight nod.
Not bad.
He turned to another man.
And you, what is your name?
The middle-aged man bowed respectfully.
Honored Saint General, my ancestor was Zhu Xuanji.
Shen Mo nodded. Zhu Xuanji had once been the demon-suppressing general of the Vermilion Bird Fortress, long hidden among the demon race. Because of this, the fortress had remained leaderless until Zhu Xuanji finally revealed himself. With one decisive strike, he had gravely wounded the demons of the demon-suppressing sea.
And where is Zhu Xuanji now?
Shen Mo asked. The middle-aged man gave a bitter smile.
More than 400 years ago, my ancestor reached the end of his lifespan and passed away.
Thinking of the past, Shen Mo felt a surge of emotion. His old companions were all gone. What stood before him now were only their descendants. He did not ask further. To press on would only deepen the loneliness in his heart. Shen Mo's voice was calm.
I have returned to the ancient province not for glory, but to wipe out the demon race.
Zhang Li and the others looked puzzled.
Saint General, the demon-suppressing sea has long been purged of demons. Why do you say this?
Shen Mo shook his head.
Beneath this sea, demons still remain older and stronger than any you have ever faced. These fortresses cannot protect you. Leave at once.
Zhang Li and the others immediately agreed. None thought to remain stubbornly in their posts, imagining they could guard the Saint General. To them, Shen Mo was a man who could traverse the void freely, stepping between realms as he pleased. His cultivation had surely reached heights they could not even comprehend. How could they presume to guard him? Better to retreat quickly and leave him space to act. Within a single day, the demon-suppressing fortresses were completely evacuated. 10 mighty bastions now stood alone around the sea like colossal ancient corpses. Their mission was finished, yet they still seemed to watch in silence, unwilling to move. Fu Zhu and Jiu Yin came to stand beside Shen Mo.
Over 100,000 people evacuated in a single day without a trace left behind. There are capable men among them.
Fu Zhu said with quiet admiration. Jiu Yin gave him a sidelong glance.
What, thinking of taking another disciple?
Fu Zhu sneered.
Not your concern.
Shen Mo's voice grew solemn.
Fu Zhu, bring out the ancestral demon finger bone.
Fu Zhu nodded and threw the bone into the air. The finger bone surged forward as though it yearned for home, pointing unerringly to the heart of the demon-suppressing sea. The group gave chase. Before long, the finger bone halted at the very center. It slashed through the air, and instantly a rift in the void split open. From within poured an ancient, evil aura, the unmistakable breath of the ancestral demon soil. Shen Mo shouted.
Hold it down, do not let it return.
All of them struck at once. Only after exhausting immense effort did they manage to pin the finger bone in place. With that, the gateway to the ancestral demon soil was truly opened. Yet before this dark and ominous unknown, each of them felt a natural fear rise in their hearts. Even Shen Mo was no exception. When he glanced at his own life panel and those of his companions, all he saw was a mass of question marks. Xiang Yuan spoke gravely.
I propose we wait. When the great wilderness venerate, the Martial Ancestor, and the Flame Emperor return, we can enter together.
Long Gui nodded firmly. Such a dangerous place must be opened by the strongest. None among them could claim to be the most powerful of their age. But if someone like the great wilderness venerate were here, their hearts would be far more at ease. Shen Mo drew in a deep breath and spoke in a solemn voice.
The world often says that when the sky falls, the tallest shoulders will hold it up. But in truth, the sky always collapses first upon the smallest. The great wilderness venerate, the Martial Ancestor, and the Flame Emperor may receive the message, but they are still at the edge of the cosmos. Who knows how long it will take them to return? Meanwhile, the demons may already have caught wind of this news. I believe sooner is better than later, swifter is better than slow. I, Shen Mo, am willing to be the first to enter the ancestral demon soil.
His words left everyone shaken. None expected that he would declare such resolve. Fu Zhu spoke gravely.
If one so young as you dares to enter the ancestral demon soil first, how could I, Fu Zhu, not follow? If word spread that your supposed teacher held back, would that not be a laughingstock?
Zhu Yin snorted coldly.
Don't pretend a relationship that does not exist. He never once called you teacher. Shen Mo, I will go with you.
Long Gui and Xiang Yuan exchanged a glance, then nodded heavily.
We will go as well.
Shen Mo felt warmth stir in his chest.
Good, my thanks to you all.
With that, he inhaled deeply and stepped into the void rift. Zhu Yin, Fu Zhu, Long Gui, and Xiang Yuan followed right behind. Shen Mo immediately felt the world spin. Countless strange and dazzling visions swept over him. One instant he felt as though he would be torn into endless fragments, the next crushed into a speck of dust. One instant he burned under endless fire, the next he was sealed in bitter ice. Countless changes overlapped, countless dows revealed themselves. It was endlessly long, yet as fleeting as a blink. In the blink of an eye, Shen Mo found himself standing on solid ground. The land was a dull gray-black, the sights around him were bizarre and absurd. Waterfalls cascaded upward into the sky, crashing into clouds like waves. Flames burned steadily within the sea. Beasts walked in the heavens, while birds hopped across the earth. Trees rooted themselves in metal, while the soil boiled like a cauldron. All of it defied reason, none of it resembled the real world. Shen Mo looked at the beasts and birds. Their panels too showed nothing but question marks. Clearly, they were also tainted by the influence of the ancestral demon. Anything touched by that presence, whether man or beast, could not be read. The beasts rushed toward him, but when they drew near, they suddenly scattered in terror, as though beholding a monstrous killer. Shen Mo frowned in surprise. He turned back and found his path of entry had already vanished. Fu Zhu, Zhu Yin, and the others were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they existed in different times and spaces entirely.
How strange!
Chapter 773. The ninth cycle of reincarnation ends in failure. Chapter 773. The ninth cycle of reincarnation ends in failure. The great wilderness venerate's gaze was gentle and compassionate.
Child, leave quickly. One step further and you will die here.
Beside him suddenly appeared the figure of Murong Yue. Her posture was graceful, still clad in her palace robes. She brushed aside a strand of hair and said softly,
Go back, I am still waiting for you.
After her came more figures. The azure sky divine ox, the hanging heaven banyan, the black death serpent, the crimson-winged tiger, four beast overlords. Hu Xinyu Li Zhangfeng, Lei Zizhen, Cao Qingwen Li Yunlong.
Spirit of reincarnation, you have come again. The ninth time. Have you still not understood? I cannot be killed. The demon race cannot be defeated. This realm will inevitably be covered by the demon soil. This realm is destined to become a part of the demon realm. What you saw has already told you everything, has it not?
The ancestral demon's voice echoed as if from every direction. Like a great bronze bell, it boomed in Shen Mo's ears again and again. The oppressive weight made his ears bleed, nearly knocking him to the ground. The ancestral demon continued.
Spirit of reincarnation, you are the embodiment of this realm's will, yet not entirely this realm's will. I can represent the will of the demon realm. If you assist me in devouring this realm, I can ensure you replace this realm's will and become its spirit. In the future, as the demon realm grows, your strength will grow endlessly. Why trouble yourself to maintain a fragile world on the verge of collapse?
Its words were like a lover's hand, softly stroking, seeking to breach the most vulnerable defenses of the heart. Step by step, Shen Mo walked toward the ancestral demon. He seemed almost swayed by the voice. The ancestral demon smiled.
Yes.
Suddenly, it let out a scream of shock and fury.
What are you doing?
At that moment, Shen Mo's fist smashed into the ancestral demon's body.
Of course, to see if you are truly as strong as I sensed. And it seems I guessed right.
Shen Mo looked up, sneering. By his perception, the ancestral demon was immeasurably powerful, beyond the 9th layer of the connecting Heaven Saint realm. Invincible. Even the life panel had given such an answer. Anyone else would have wavered, anyone else would have surrendered. But Shen Mo still chose to test it, striking with his fist. And he was right. The ancestral demon was nowhere near above the connecting Heaven Saint realm. Its strength now was only barely that of the 2nd layer of the connecting Heaven Saint realm. The ancestral demon shrieked.
How did you discover this?
Shen Mo sneered.
If you truly had the power to kill me at will, you would not waste time with words. You would have struck long ago. Why stall?
Chapter 774. Chapter 774, I am not the only one fighting against the demons in this world. Chapter 774, I am not the only one fighting against the demons in this world. Furthermore, the changes in the panel information were directly tied to the ancestral demon. The panel itself was a manifestation of this world's will. But now, the ancestral demon had tampered with it several times, attempting to shake Shen Mo's mind. If the ancestral demon hadn't been severely wounded by him just now, the panel information would probably still be the same as before. The ancestral demon's voice grew furious.
So what if you've seen through it? Your strength is still weaker than mine. Your 9th reincarnation will end here all the same.
He roared, and boundless demonic chi surged wildly through the primordial demon soil.
The primordial demon soil has existed for millions of years. Every inch of space here is saturated with my demonic chi. Although my strength has declined, I can still draw upon the demonic chi of this land. How will you fight me?
The rolling demonic chi came crashing in without flourish. When power reaches its peak, it requires no technique, it can simply shatter everything. Shen Mo gave a low cry. His spiritual power and blood chi erupted, forming 2 layers of protective barriers that arched toward the heavens. But compared to the vast sea of demonic chi within the primordial demon soil, his reserves were being drained at an alarming rate. Even so, his expression remained calm. After gathering power for a long time, he suddenly struck with his fist. This time, however, he didn't aim at the ancestral demon, but behind him. The void Dao condensed. With that punch, he directly tore through space, opening a crack. From the other side of the rift, countless human voices could be heard. Shen Mo said steadily,
The Saint Spirit reincarnates 9 times. The more it reincarnates, the weaker it becomes. In this life, I am only at the 1st layer of the connecting Heaven Saint realm. But you forget, I am not the only one fighting against the demon race in this world. There are also the human race, the monster race, the dragon clan.
As his voice fell, he threw another punch, opening another crack. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike, another fissure split open. In just moments, the cracks began to connect to many different worlds.
What is this place? Such terrifying demonic chi. I've never seen a land like this before. Could this be the primordial demon soil? Why are there figures inside? Martial Ancestor army, follow me into the rift to investigate. To annihilate the demon race is our inescapable duty.
One after another, voices rang out. They belonged to the powerhouses of the myriad worlds, all drawn by the appearance of the cracks. Some hesitated, some shrank back. But others strode forward bravely. A moment later, the first figure stepped into the primordial demon soil. It was Zhu Yin, who had earlier been separated from Shen Mo.
Shen Mo, you're here.
For once, joy flickered across Zhu Yin's face. He also caught sight of the ancestral demon's colossal body and the 8 skeletons before it.
This crack, you created it with your bare hands.
Zhu Yin exclaimed.
That ancient demon.
Shen Mo nodded.
With my strength alone, I cannot kill the ancestral demon. I must borrow the strength of everyone.
As he spoke, Fu Zhu, Dragon Turtle, Xiang Yuan, and the others stepped out from the Void Realm fissures, appearing beside him. They had been the closest to Shen Mo, so they arrived first. The ancestral demon snarled.
These few forces alone are still not enough to kill me.
He slammed down a massive palm, and terrifying demonic chi poured from the heavens. Fuzu only smiled.
Among those in the connecting Heaven Saint realm, I may not be the fiercest in battle, but the title of Master of Defense is more than enough to rank me among the best.
As his voice fell, he flung out hundreds of formation flags. They swiftly pierced into the ground, weaving layer upon layer of formations. Formations within formations, nested endlessly, shifting ceaselessly with infinite variation. The torrent of demonic chi was immediately stopped outside the barrier. Just then, another figure stepped out of the void crack. This person was imposing and extraordinary, clearly a great figure of renown. Zhu Yin saw him and exclaimed,
Martial Ancestor, you've come too.
Martial Ancestor laughed loudly.
Exterminating the demon race is my duty. Why wouldn't I come?
As he spoke, several more figures strode out from the void crack. Fuzu sighed.
Flame Emperor, Prison Saint, Ancestor Xiang.
Old Wu, you came quickly,
Said a red-haired middle-aged man with a laugh.
You're not slow either.
Martial Ancestor replied with a smile. Each newcomer radiated an overwhelming aura. Clearly, none of them were ordinary powerhouses. Shen Mo finally felt relieved. Indeed, for all races, resisting the demon race was a cause above all else. Martial Ancestor swept his gaze across the battlefield.
If I'm not mistaken, this must be the primordial demon soil. I never imagined that the place we've searched for over 100,000 years would suddenly open today.
Flame Emperor looked at Shen Mo.
Young man, if my guess is correct, you opened this crack, didn't you?
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
That's right, Junior Shen Mo greets all seniors.
Prison Saint and the others exchanged glances, their eyes softening with relief. The primordial demon soil they had sought for countless ages had instead been found by a young successor. They felt no jealousy, only joy. For it meant the human race was producing more talents, and that could only be a blessing. Shen Mo's eyes lingered on Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor.
Indeed.
He thought to himself. He remembered how the panel had once shown him false information about Yi Yan, Shi Hao, and others, leading him to suspect Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor were schemers, hypocrites cloaked in honor. But now, with the void crack open, they had entered without hesitation, risking their lives for the human race. That alone proved their integrity and dedication. No, they were not morally corrupt. It became clear the ancestral demon must have infiltrated the will of this realm long ago, tampering with the life panel to deceive him. Had that scheme succeeded, he would have grown hostile toward Flame Emperor, Martial Ancestor, and the others, creating needless strife and weakening humanity further. It was a truly vicious plan.
They've come.
The ancestral demon's expression grew grim. He had hidden within the primordial demon soil, unwilling to appear, hoping to recover in silence and await the perfect chance. But now that the primordial demon soil was fully exposed, this was the final, decisive moment. He had no choice left but to fight to the death. The ancestral demon roared.
By my power, demon race of this realm, heed my call, come quickly.
Layers of pure demonic chi surged outward, rushing through the void cracks Shen Mo had opened. Martial Ancestor's voice grew solemn.
Everyone, attack! We must kill the ancestral demon now.
With a unified cry, all the gathered forces struck together. Their combined powers interwove in the sky, cascading down like a storm upon the ancestral demon. Soon after, more figures appeared. Shen Mo looked, and it was the demon tribes led by the Mad Blood King. Thanks to the recovery of the Saint Demon Tree, the demon race had returned to their former peak. Each demon radiated boundless might, their strength surging like tides. Flame Emperor's eyes narrowed.
Why has the demon race regained their strength? When did this happen?
Martial Ancestor said darkly.
Divide our forces, some must hold them back.
The ancestral demon laughed wildly.
They've come, the demon race is here too.
Yet the Mad Blood King remained unmoved, as if searching for someone. At last his eyes fixed on Shen Mo.
Shen Mo.
The king bellowed.
This king swore that if Shen Mo ever needed aid, the demon race would fight for you. Now this king has come. Warriors of the Qingxuan tribe, obey my command. Slay the ancestral demon and forever eradicate the demon race.
The Qingxuan tribe roared in unison.
Slay the ancestral demon and forever eradicate the demon race.
They charged first, fearlessly taking the vanguard. Flame Emperor, Martial Ancestor, Prison Saint, and the others were stunned, turning sharply toward Shen Mo. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
It was with my help that the Saint Demon Tree was restored.
Martial Ancestor gave him a thumbs up.
You brat impressive.
Flame Emperor sighed.
The demon race may be counted as human or as demons. It depends on their will. But if the ancestral demon dies, the demonic power within them will surely be stripped away.
I never thought they would truly be willing to sacrifice so much.
The ancestral demon roared in disbelief.
You traitors, who gave you leave to attack me?
At that moment, countless other figures appeared. They were demons from the 5 Saint Demon Kingdoms, the Dark Demon Kingdom, and the Corpse Demon Kingdom.
We finally found the primordial demon soil. Ancestral demon, we've come to assist you. Slay the myriad races, the demon race shall reign supreme across all realms.
The tide of demons surged forward. The great battle erupted in full force. Both sides clashed fiercely, countless powerhouses perishing in blood and fire. And Shen Mo grew stronger with each exchange, his power climbing ever higher. An ancient aura surged toward him, merging into his very body. Before his eyes, one figure after another began to appear.
Impossible!
Shen Mo seized the opening. With the void great Tao bursting forth, he closed in and struck a heavy punch upon the ancestral devil's head. Then his fists rained down like a torrent. Bang, 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 bang. Relentless. With the final blow, the ancestral devil's body shattered, collapsing into countless streams of devilish qi. The demons of the 5 Saint Demon Kingdom, the Dark Demon Kingdom, and the Corpse Demon Kingdom screamed and turned to ashes along with him. Exhausted, Shen Mo fainted and fell from the sky. Martial Ancestor, Flame Emperor, Prison Saint, and the others immediately rushed to protect him. Martial Ancestor sighed softly.
I never thought the reincarnation saint spirit spoken of by the great wilderness lord would be this young man.
Flame Emperor also sighed with deep feeling.
Yes,
Xiang Yuan burst into loud laughter.
the ancestral devil is dead. The demon race is destroyed.
Laughter followed, rising from all sides, their hearts brimmed with joy. The demon race had infested this realm for endless years, like parasites scheming to usurp dominion. Now they were finally annihilated. Shen Mo slowly awoke. He felt as though he had wandered through a long dream. A dream of 8 lives, born and reborn, flourishing and falling, each time rising to confront the ancestral devil.
You're awake.
A gentle hand caressed his cheek. Shen Mo focused his gaze at was Murong Yue. She smiled sweetly.
Martial Ancestor and the senior Flame Emperor told me, you destroyed the ancestral devil. I never imagined my disciple, my Tao companion, my husband, would turn out to be the incarnation of a realm's will.
Shen Mo chuckled.
I didn't expect it either.
The two embraced, sinking into the warmth of each other's arms. After a while, Murong Yue took out a star map.
Oh right, the great wilderness lord was searching for you. He left these coordinates.
The other Saint Realm seniors received them as well.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, studying the coordinates, at the very edge of the universe. Several years later, he piloted Sui Xing to that place. From afar, he saw a vast, dark abyss, exuding cold, sinister auras that made him uneasy. Martial Ancestor, Flame Emperor, Prison Saint, Ju Yin, Fu Zhu, and others were already gathered, waiting. At their head stood a thin, middle-aged man. Shen Mo bowed deeply.
Senior Great Wilderness Lord.
The man smiled.
You've inherited my legacy. Call me master.
Martial Ancestor exclaimed in surprise.
So you two are master and disciple.
The Flame Emperor laughed heartily.
Then we are already family.
After exchanging words, Shen Mo pointed to the abyss.
Master, what is this?
The great wilderness lord smiled.
You are the incarnation of this realm's will. What do you see?
Shen Mo frowned.
Extreme evil.
The great wilderness lord nodded.
Exactly. Our realm is but one of the 3,000 worlds. The demon realm has already annexed many. Our world lies within its reach as well. The ancestral devil was their vanguard. I found this passage long ago and have guarded it ever since. But if we ignore it, there will always be a second, a third ancestral devil.
Shen Mo nodded firmly.
I understand. The best defense is offense. Before the demon realm sends another, let us strike first.
The great wilderness lord nodded in approval. And among the 3,000 worlds, many races are also resisting the demons.
If we form alliances, our chances will be greater.
The Flame Emperor laughed.
What are we waiting for? I've long grown restless.
The great wilderness lord's spiritual power surged. With a wave, he blasted open the abyss, widening the passage. It gaped like the maw of a giant beast. The great wilderness lord laughed loudly.
I'll go first.
He stepped inside. The Flame Emperor, Martial Ancestor, and the others followed. Shen Mo lingered at the threshold, casting one last look at the world behind him. Then he closed the passage. His expression was resolute.
For the peace of this realm,